Hello, everyone, and welcome to another horrific review. I'm joined by Mark, Flea, Andy J, and Lee as we discuss Alien Romulus, directed by Fede Alvarez. Ready, Scott? While scavenging the deep ends of a derelict space station, a group of young space colonists come face to face with the most terrifying life form in the universe. Yes, they did meet Ridley Scott. He's the big bad in this. Welcome, everybody.
Welcome.
Thanks for coming here. I think we're going to have a bit of a divided chat tonight.
Yeah.
Some for, some against. Or is it just me on my own again?
I almost agree. I kind of agree, but I'm forgiving of it. Probably more than what it deserves.
I'm going to go for that unbiased because I'm really unbiased. You know, I have took a lot of interest. Even though I have took a lot of interest.
You said a minute ago.
I just thought it was enjoyable. I thought it was enjoyable.
Well, yeah, but watching a group of people stamping on a plastic bag full of dog shit can be enjoyable.
Well, you've been
actually, it's a burning plastic bag of dog shit, but I can't remember what film it's from.
Oh, right, lovely.
Yeah. So obviously we're here to talk about Alien Romulus.
Yeah.
We've left it enough time that we're going to actually do a deep dive without worrying about spoilers, because if you haven't seen it by now, you're probably not going to. Let's be honest.
You've got a moment now to turn off right now.
Yeah. That's your warning.
Spoiler alert.
Right, there you go. There's a review. Bye, folks.
Yeah.
And you once again.
I mean, which is amazing because Ange didn't even go and see it with me. But yeah, she's already formulated her opinion before she went.
It's easy to do. Very easy to do.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, if you're not a fan of the franchise, I think I can say if you're an Aliens fan, you've been hankering for this movie. We all have, we've talked about this, we've been wanting a good Alien movie to come out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've had a last dying hope for this movie, I think, is certainly from my point of view. I wouldn't necessarily say I were hankering for it, more like dreading it with a tinge of hope.
I had hope at the teaser trailer. Yeah. Then the full trailer came out and I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah, but these days trailers always show the best bits of the film. Yeah. It's like the rest they show you a trailer for a 2-hour-long film. The rest of the 2-hour-long film is just the boring bits in between the bits they show you in the trailers.
Which, like, in a 2-hour-long movie, it shouldn't be like 20 seconds of good bits.
No.
There should be a storyline. My opinion is, I thought there was an attempt here. I can see competing forces in this movie. And it all stems back to... Actually, Noah Hawley kicked this all off when he said he wasn't going to use the tech and the aesthetics of Prometheus and Covenant. Then Fede Alvarez came out and said they're going back to basics. Then Ridley Scott threw his dummy out of the pram, and a whole thing happened where he started putting out hit pieces and effectively bullied himself onto set because he's a nurse. And you can see it all over this movie.
Is there any?
You can see the one vision.
The next time Ridley Scott throws his dummy out the pram, can we throw Ridley Scott out the window?
See, once upon a time, washed up Hollywood people used to have the decency to have hotel room incidents, and I think that fine tradition should return.
Yeah.
When they get wheeled out in the gurney after their
see properly now.
OD fuel strangle wank orgy that went wrong, whatever they've done. At least they have the decency to burn out that way and give us a laugh in the process.
That's normal Hollywood, that is.
But today's Hollywood, they're all miserable.
Shills.
True. But you're right. Everybody that I've talked to all say the same thing. It feels like two different movies kind of mashed together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The ending, I thought that was a bit like Lord of the Rings. I thought that was ended, then it was ended, then it was ended. I don't know if anyone else thought that. But
it was taking its time to get there.
Yeah, it was just like, oh, it's ended. No, it isn't. Yeah. It just Well, that's how I felt at the end. But, yeah.
But
there's a moment
start off in deep space. Let's not jump to the end. Let's go to the beginning because there's even
let's start at the end.
This.
Work back towards the beginning.
Yeah, this is not a Tarantino film.
where we start with the end scene and then try how we got there. No, we all remember the end of Alien.
Yes.
Does everybody remember the 3 simultaneous nuclear explosions that took place?
Yes.
And the rather over-the-top special effect that followed. Yeah.
That essentially vaporized everything in its path.
Yes.
That not just the Nostromo blowing up, but the cargo of refined ore that it was carrying that turned out to be very combustible. Like, basically set off a fertilizer bomb in space.
Yeah.
The Nostromo was hauling a petroleum refinery, wasn't she?
Yes. It was like some refined ore, and it was really.
It was.
It was
some fuel thing. Yeah.
You don't put down a light of matches into the.
We won't mention the fact that petrol doesn't burn in space.
It wasn't petrol.
It wasn't. It was ore, whatever.
Yeah,
whatever they were made. We didn't have to.
Yeah,
it was ore that went by. But
anyway,
it's of what it was. Doesn't matter.
Listen, we're not here to diss Alien and pull it apart. That's not what we're doing.
We did that. We've been there.
Here we are. We're here to rip the Alien franchise to pieces. And
there shouldn't be an explosion, should there?
No, we don't, because we've still got another scenario to play and finish. So we need to keep our spirits up, or else we're never finishing the Draconis Screen trilogy.
That's like the Lord of the Rings end, and that is our trilogy thing. Oh, we ended. No, we haven't. We ended. No, we haven't.
No, we haven't.
We're not at the ending. We're at the beginning.
Essentially, everything that in that space was wiped out.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Well, apparently not, Colin.
Yeah, apparently not. Apparently, it went off, and the Nostromo is more or less intact, and intact enough that the full nameplate of the Nostromo, just in case you forget.
I mean, like a bit of artistic license. I mean,
I think what it is.
Let's not be too harsh here.
Could we not have worked that out ourselves?
Before the explosion, the number plate fell off. That's why you see it.
So they need to go back and remaster Alien so that when that explosion happens, we'll see
you see that go flying off.
Yeah.
And a better rock beside
we can actually make it 3D as well, so that when it falls up, it flies towards us, and we get a good look at it.
Please, sir, the Nostromo and whatnot blew up before the alien was kicked into space.
Yeah.
Because the alien was slung out the back of the Narcissus.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right. But if you try and justify it, Nagasaki and Hiroshima didn't leave like a crater right into Earth's core because there's nothing left, and it conceivably could have thrown things further afield. So it's not actually the site where it blew up, more like the debris.
What? No, the bomb went
through space.
The bombs at Hiroshima and Nagasaki went off 2,000 feet up in the air. That's why there's no code.
Okay, well, let's go back then to the Trinity test, where the bomb was on a tower. The tower was still standing at the end of it.
Yeah.
So
that's right. It's conceivable that some kind of wreckage could be there.
I think it was. I could see them sifting through the wreckage. But the name was a bit. I was like, come on, we're going to work it out for ourselves and about.
It's more annoying that like the start of Aliens is she's been drifting in space for 54 years. So if you've got to the Nostromo wreckage, why aren't you looking for survivors? You'll be like, hang on a minute, there's one here. But
I mean, I'm going to quote Douglas Adams.
Oh no! Here we go.
Is you an Infinity Drive?
Is big.
Space is very big.
Really big.
This universe is set up like shipping lanes.
Yeah.
Treat the same logic of shipping lanes and galleon explorers of the 15th century. That sort of thing. That using the stars, there was well charted routes, and they weren't cowboys. They were on a well charted route. So it's like the Isle of Wight ferry. That doesn't just randomly go around in circles and do donuts. And there's a laid out route, and this was a commercial liner that essentially followed a trade route.
Although, didn't they go off course because they got the distress signal? Was that not a thing?
The planet was a dead planet as far as they were concerned.
Yeah, but at the same time, did they not go back on the? They went off course, but they had coordinates, and then they went back on the ship, and then you don't just.
If
you put this on the open.
Yeah, they left the big bit up in orbit, didn't they, and went down and back up again. So yeah, I guess so. But I mean, considering everything else that happens in Romulus, I think this was one of the ones that could excuse a lot more.
Considering everything that happens in the entire series of movies, I'm willing to allow.
Finding Nostromo wreckage. Okay.
Yeah. But it was not the finding Nostromo wreckage, just with the sign Nostromo. Just like, oh god, here we go.
That bit just happened to break off. Just that bit with the name on it.
How did they know exactly where the Nostromo was? Well, they did receive Ripley's last. They received Ripley's last message.
I suppose you need something to indicate it's Nostromo. Otherwise, it could be anything. But they could have had like you said, part of the name, like a very tiny part of the name. Just enough to hint.
I think we would have twigged on.
I guess, but
they could have just had a voiceover at the beginning or a thing that pops at the bottom. Site of the explosion of the Nostromo.
They could have done that. Yeah,
I guess.
Because I've
just not Alien 3 style because that was horrible.
Yeah. I have met people, and not everybody's as smart as you, Colin. I have to tell you that.
I am far from smart. I am
no, honestly, I'm not sure that everybody would get it. Seriously, I mean, I guess it makes a lot more sense. People like yourself who've big fans of the franchise and stuff. You would have got it. Yeah, no sweat. People like my wife Ange, perhaps, who refuses to watch any of the films except for the two that she sat next to me and watched, Prometheus and Covenant. Sorry, Ange.
And they made such like an earth-shattering effect on her. They affected her so much that she can now turn around and say that every single Aliens film is crap.
Yeah.
Cheers, Ridley.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, she does have a point to a certain degree with these films. I mean, she says, I don't get it. Why doesn't somebody just turn the light on? Which I think is a fair point.
It's like, oh my god, the light switch, the bane of every horror film ever made. Like,
because in every horror film, if you hit the light switch, it doesn't work.
Oh, that's a good point.
It's the same as when you go to use a mobile phone, the signal disappears. It's the rules. Them's the rules. We can't change them.
Right.
It's the physics of horror.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's Frankenstein's monster. Quick, put big light on. It's not the same, is it? It's not the same.
No.
Here's another thing, a bit of a lore destroying thing. So we now know, prior to Aliens, that Will and Yutani have these drone chips. That can basically automated and go about the place willy-nilly. They've negated the entire need for Alien movie. They've negated the entire need to divert the Nostromo in the first place. They've got these things cutting about the place. And they're quite efficient.
Yeah, well, pretty accurate as well, aren't they? They seem to be
right down to a 9x6 rock.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I can't think of an argument against it at this moment in time, but I'll get there.
Unless they were a new thing, we could maybe give it that. This is 20 years, but still, you wouldn't have those things up. It wouldn't be a prototype. These things look as if they're well used and operational and run about the place.
Yeah, there's probably a couple of arguments that we'll use it for, but there's something, Well and Yutani is a business at the end of the day, and these are probably like, equivalent of very, very expensive pieces of kit. So they only send them where they need to send them or want to send them or whatever. And so they would have probably just not bothered.
Yeah, we're never really told much about them, are we? Other than the fact we just know it's a drone ship. I think that's
it's high tech.
Very good capabilities.
It's obviously something very, very secretive and very, very stealthy. So perhaps the reason we don't see them in the other films is because they can turn invisible.
They're so good.
But then again, if you think about the payoff with the whole point of the Alien franchise is Will Yutani, they haven't brought any other companies in, but Will Yutani wants the xenomorph for the bioweapons department.
Yeah.
Instead of diverting civilians, the space truckers, with so many, what was the dollar amount of, remember in Aliens?
Oh yeah, they said
that wasn't just a tugboat, that was a significant refining operation getting pulled back. Instead of diverting that and the money that was going to lose if even anything went wrong, just even the delay on that the goods arriving.
Yeah.
Surely sending a little drone out. Alien doesn't happen anymore.
Well, there's potentially a scenario where they didn't know about the distress call. Distress call comes in, they go down, find the alien, and I believe there's a bit where they report it to Weyland Yutani, which is how Ash.
Well, the black box in the rule book, the RPG rule book, they do get the black box signal from the Nostromo.
Right. Well, that's
but
fine.
They don't get the narcissist. They don't get Ripley's comms from the narcissist. They get the black box ping.
Yeah. But I guess the point I'm making is like during Alien film, there was no reason to go to that planet. They had no idea about it. But
although they do.
They've got a directive.
That's why Ash is on there, because he gets put on a couple of weeks before, if I recall.
Yeah, he
replaces
the science officer. They're a normal one.
Because they knew that Nostromo was going near that thing. I tend to forget.
So once again, there's
more in the book, though, isn't it?
There's all the shenanigans going on. No, sure. Were you there for the Alien review?
No.
Yeah.
No.
It
was just us, wasn't it, Mark?
I think it may have been just the two of us. Yeah.
How this is built, like the franchise.
I got which one did I get? I think
we have
Aliens. You were there.
We have spent a few hours going over these movies in autistic detail. Let's just say.
Yeah.
You can check them out on the channel, folks. We have an entire playlist for all our Alien content.
Set yourself a couple of days aside.
Yeah. We go through practically every frame of every movie up to this point. This is what we've been building up to, is this movie getting released. That was why the whole thing happened.
Thanks, Ridley.
So yes, there were shenanigans went in place. Thinking of the cost and the effort and the time that went into that, we've now got these drone things that could just negate all that.
Yeah.
It's silly.
I mean, maybe they weren't atmosphere capable. Maybe there's that. Maybe they're not able to go down, because they'd have to go inside the alien ship to get the eggs or whatever it was they would have to do. Maybe that's the reason. You'd need somebody to go inside.
Let's go with that.
Yeah. We'll go with that because that makes sense.
We will come back to that.
Okay. Oh, that's the stick you're going to beat me with later. Right. Gotcha.
Right. And it'll be actually quite soon, because there's another little scene that makes you go, huh?
Yeah.
Things that make you go.
Shenanigans happen, and we see the similar crew to Alien 3, like Will and Yutani with their lovely suits. The big rock comes in, and we know it's the big chap.
Yeah,
they've been teasing that the whole time.
Kind of shaped like him a bit as well.
Yeah, and but the same size.
Well, it certainly is when they drill it out, and we're shown that lovely scene.
Yeah,
of the fossil, if you like.
I know that's what I thought. I thought, well, it's fossilized. But
I mean, come on. I mean, I think that was a brilliant business move, because think about it. You can get life-size statues of Han Solo in carbonate. Who isn't going to want a fossil alien on their wall?
Me.
Well, besides me, to be quite honest. Can you imagine?
Angie should want one.
Yeah,
can you imagine if you like trying to go to the toilet in the middle of the night and you stub your toe on an alien? I mean, that's no.
Yeah, hanging that on your bedroom wall when you wake up half asleep. Yeah, that would be lovely.
No, that no, because I used to stick posters on my wall, and when one of
I
those
think a really
falls on
good
you in the middle
costume
of the night.
for change the subject. I think a really good costume for Halloween is facehugger. Isn't that really?
You'd have to be a bloody big facehugger. I think actually, I think you can get a Chihuahua-sized facehugger coat.
Yeah.
So you can turn your Chihuahua into.
I mean, I've seen those woolly hat type things that people have got and made of look like facehuggers.
Yeah,
you know,
actually wear the facehugger.
Yeah.
That'll be That'll be fun.
Sorry, we
Right,
segued
so
there a bit. Sorry about that.
that's what we're doing this show.
Well, that's
You've been here before, Andy. Come on.
Yeah.
This is why these things take about 9 hours long.
There
There'll
is
be a
no
review.
such way of segueing. It is merely a divergent view. Or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Something to ponder.
I don't know. I'm making it up.
So we were talking before everyone jumped in and we went live about the problem with the Alien universe, where Star Wars and Star Trek had it right at the beginning. Was there was central command of the lore, and 40K universe has that too. That there's a central, the lore goes through a central place before anything gets published and gets approved. To stop basically tripping over itself. The Alien universe hasn't had that.
No.
And the only people I've seen attempt to do this have been Free League Publishing.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got a guy, I think, haven't they? Haven't they got a guy that actually just collates all this stuff? I think I'm sure I read that somewhere.
Like if we're all currently we might be alive next week, but we're currently playing the Alien RPG. If you aren't aware on the channel, 19 sessions in. We're quite,
19 sessions
really
into a one shot.
My God knows how many times.
One thing we've seen is that they have really made an effort to make this all make sense.
Definitely.
I mean, I've not read the rule book and the lore in it. I bet they made an effort for it to make sense. Does it make sense? That's the thing. Or is it, it's practically impossible because of everything that's been thrown together.
Their job gets harder and harder, but what they've done is it's extracted the bits. So, for example, this is all taking place in 2122.
Mm-hmm.
Hadley's Hope was established in 2157.
Right.
To me, once again, they're terraforming an entire planetoid. Because the planetoid before it comes LV426, sorry. And why would you do that?
You wouldn't, would you?
You would.
You're saying why would you do that when they've already got a sample? Is that what you're thinking?
They've already got a sample,
right?
By that point, they know.
They know there's something on the planetoid.
They're after the coal.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the idea that we were talking about on a previous podcast, I think, about the Weyland-Yutani group having multiple infighting little factions within it as well, right? Mm-hmm. So we got the bioweapons division, but what's happening on Romulus in the new film it's not bioweapons, is it? They're doing something else with it. Yes. So it could still be that they're two independent departments that have no idea what the other one's doing, and they just happen to be working on the same thing. Yeah. You can kind of go on that. It's a coincidence.
That would be an explanation, but like you said, it would cost what did they say? Billions it would to put an processor in.
Ripley got Tor a new one, and her career ended.
Yeah,
just for what their tug ship was carrying.
Yeah, that's right.
What the hell would you get for setting up an entire colony? Never mind that, but know that the human workforce is not high regarded in this universe. That's fair enough. But terraforming equipment, blah blah, blah, everything that goes to take up a setup to set up a colony. I can nearly speak. That is not something that just happens. That's a major project.
Yeah.
that will go right up to that's CEO level, that's board level to make those type of decisions. Somebody on the board knows something, and a quiet word would be like, "Don't go there, not viable," and it gets kiboshed. We see it in modern, current day companies where obviously somebody at a high level knows something's going on, they don't tell them, and they will put the kibosh in a project, and then you find out years later because this was going on instead. It happens.
Yeah.
So I think to that extreme of, I can understand sending an expedition, if another expedition was sent and went missing and they went to rescue it, fair enough. But an entire colony?
Yeah.
It's tying itself up in knots again. And it's like, no.
Yeah. I guess it does, unless you do kind of go back to that point that maybe these departments, they're not speaking to each other. They don't. You're talking about somebody
but
higher
the scale
up,
of the operation, like I said, if terraforming wasn't such a massive, if it was just a ship dropped down, little, like a solar powered, thing plopped down and it did it. But these are, we've seen it. They're not. These are make or break the company type operations to do this.
But the thing is, I don't know. Are they? We're told that they're like it's $1 trillion installation or whatever in Aliens. I think that could be nothing. That could be nothing to Weyland-Yutani though. That could be like, oh yeah, that's. Let me give it a loose change out of my back pocket or whatever. We're not given any kind of context for that. So if we just assume that it wasn't that big a deal, so obviously it's a lot of money and they don't want it. Blowing up. Well, when Burke says this is $1 trillion installation, we don't want to go blowing it up. He wasn't really thinking about the installation. He wanted because he knew the aliens were there, wasn't it? And that's what they were after.
Yeah.
That's
right.
Wouldn't that be a thing?
I just think there's an opportunity here, like Fede Alvarez said, to go back to basics.
Yeah.
And move forward and clean a lot of this up. And I think they've muddied the waters even more. Which is frustrating as hell.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
By the end of the movie, though, Weyland-Yutani haven't got the sample anymore. So that's almost a problem with aliens, isn't it? As to why didn't they just send another group?
Knowing what the eggs were, don't look into them. Grab a few, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Use the ip suits.
That's right. From Weyland-Yutani's point of view, by the end of Romulus, they're not really any further forward than they were at end of Alien.
And that's the problem with prequels. Stuff, everything ends up, nothing changes. And that's why I don't like prequels, because everything has to go reset like a rubber band. Down, has to go right back to where it was.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't like them.
So whereabouts are we in the movie now? Because
we're right at the beginning.
We're still at the beginning.
I mean,
that Han Solo alien. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're just talking about how it, just by doing this and the fact that what it leads on to and when it takes place actually messes up the original movies.
But then. I guess in none of at the end of every single one of these movies, the company are in the same situation at the end. They've lost it. They've not got what they wanted necessarily, except for maybe Covenant at the end of Covenant. Obviously, that ends a little bit differently.
Yeah.
But then that's nothing to do with Weyland-Yutani by that point, is it? That's more David. So,
at
the end of all of these films, Weyland-Yutani, they don't get anything. And it takes the beginning of the next film along. It's like in Alien 3, obviously she throws herself into a furnace. Yet somehow by resurrection, they've managed to find we found a bit of Ripley.
Molten lava.
Yeah.
And so a bit of Ripley that wasn't in the big, we'll watch once again the same as explosion in this. We watched nuclear fire take place.
Yeah.
That's right. I agree with you, Colin. I think it is a problem, but I think that's actually a problem with aliens.
Can I not put forward a controversial view here? Um,
No, we don't do controversy on this channel.
Oh, okay.
We're very mainstream milk toast. We don't want to rock the boat here.
You know,
that's not what we do.
If you want to consider all of these films individually, they're all basically the same. They basically all do the same thing.
Yes,
it's people get involved with this xenomorph and end up having to try and escape. That's what it is.
That's it.
Every single one of them.
How many times can you retell the same story before
this
people get fed up with it?
This is the deal, isn't it? So what the hell they're going to do with a series? I have no idea.
We'll get to that. That'll be our sort of.
They're just going to spend a long time running away.
So I would argue that Romulus does go back to basics.
Yeah, but in that case, every single Aliens film that's ever been made
that's because all the others did.
Yes.
Yeah.
And as we know, from 3 onwards, it's been a disaster. And
it has. They've not been as well made, but they're basically telling the same story. All of them. Weyland-Yutani are a horrible bunch of people that are sacrificing these folks to go get some alien life form. It all goes horribly wrong. People end up running away, and
instead of
maybe people
die.
But what they do every time as well, the same people, except in this movie because it's by chance, but the same people not with a clear objective what to do these things.
Yes, right.
And also, I know, let's breed hundreds. How about one? Let's play with one first, see what it does, and get it secured, and learn the glory that are alkalines. Alkalines are amazing.
Yeah.
How many times have we heard acid blood, but no alkaline spray?
Yeah.
I mean, that would be some alkaline, though, wouldn't it? It was something. Be an alkaline so strong it would melt through.
Yeah, because if you get the pH 7, it's just as corrosive as an acid. But
what's the pH on that stuff?
God, I can't remember. Freaking that.
Then it goes up to
A-level chemistry. Shut up.
Oh, right. Well, this is up the scale. This acid blood. But
it's like pH -4. It's like whoa.
But I mean, it just kind of make you wonder about this company, this Weyland-Yutani company. It just seems to be run by Muppets, does it? It's stupid people, because they keep doing the same thing and it goes wrong every single day, and they don't learn. They never learn.
Can we draw a little allegory here to today?
Okay.
Disney, Amazon, Fox,
Netflix.
They're still making money. They're still making money, right?
Are they, or are they burning up venture capital at this point?
There's a saying, isn't there? You do the same thing over and over and expecting a different result where it doesn't really work.
Yeah,
like that, does it?
No, this is true. But Weyland-Yutani in this film, that's something like that, yeah. Throughout all of these films, they make the same mistakes every single time, never learn from them, and just keep doubling down. I don't know if that's maybe that's the whole point.
That's what the whole film today.
Yeah, this is what they're trying to tell us. It's like
in the future, big company
or the composed of mouth
breathers.
This is basically saying
for help.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is with these movies, what I've noticed is, who the lead character is, they're going to survive at the end of it. That's how they survive.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yeah, Elizabeth
That's
Shaw
not
didn't
true.
do too well.
Yeah, Shaw didn't do very well. I mean, Budget Ripley from Covenant, she didn't do too well at the end either, did she? We never really.
Well, that was in but that was at Prometheus. She did well, but she didn't do that well. But she survived, and then David.
And then
I wouldn't call getting chopped up to bits surviving.
Yeah.
But that was in another movie, though, weren't it? Prometheus, she was the main character.
Here, do you want her to split?
Ripley dies in Aliens 3.
Yeah.
But then she miraculously came back for Alien Resurrection because they offered her stupid amounts of money.
Yes, but it wasn't our Ripley, was it? It was a different Ripley until partway through the film when she suddenly becomes our Ripley again for some reason.
Yeah.
This franchise is flawed as hell.
It is.
I heard the F. I wasn't expecting flawed.
Yeah, I mean,
I was. See how you said that then, franchise, flawed. I enjoyed this movie though. So
no, well, that's the thing. If you take each movie individually,
okay.
maybe there's some entertainment to be had. Who knows?
Well, I had a laugh.
I agree.
You know,
Well, you said I
I
don't think you're supposed to be. You're not supposed to be having a laugh at it.
The
Colin.
funniest thing I found in any Aliens movie I've seen was what was that? Oh no, a scary movie when the little chest burster put his top hat on. Sorry, I was
Oh, that was
movie.
Spaceballs, wasn't
Scary
it?
movie. That was
Yeah,
Spaceballs.
oh yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
Spaceballs, yeah.
Spaceballs. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the funniest thing ever in an Aliens movie. That was, and also Covenant, where the little squiggly pink things ran around. I was laughing my head off at them.
They were
Whatever they called. Are they neomorphs? I don't know what they were.
They were sort of a breed between the two that hadn't quite decided.
I like to call them velociraptors.
I call them Nigels.
Just because that scene was the same as the one from Jurassic Park 2.
Yeah.
There was a fluting on as well.
Was there?
Oh,
that was in Jurassic Park 3 when he's blowing through the
horn
nose
thing,
bone of a.
Mr. Scott was probably like, yeah, that's a good idea. That'll put bums on seats.
Let's get some flute action going. Yeah, baby.
Everybody liked Jurassic Park 3. Let's do that.
No, well, we're going to cover Jurassic Park at some point, and Jurassic World.
I've read the book. I've to watch the film again and do notes.
Have you watched the cartoon series, the anime?
No.
Because that fills a lot of
I gave up after Jurassic Park 3.
I mean,
I never wanted people to be eaten, like everybody to be eaten so bad.
That's it.
Like, just eat them all. And the story, like, honestly, the most annoying bunch of characters. Even Jeff Goldblum, when he came back, I was like, what are you doing?
Yeah, definitely.
Just eat them.
And so I'm going to bring that back to Alien Romulus and say, I actually quite liked the characters in Alien Romulus.
There are some good characters in it.
There was a twat cousin. They gave him a reason for being a bit of a twat.
They did.
I mean, it was a bit contrived and a bit obvious. But he comes good, doesn't he?
Yeah. Answer me this.
Go on then.
What is that accent?
It's actually Yorkshire. It's actually Yorkshire accent. Because I'm like, yeah. If you listen to the kids down my way,
go down shop, get some bread cakes.
Hey, up, Mitchum.
Yeah,
he's done in Doom too.
I thought it was Hollywood London. That's what I thought it was.
No, it was Hollywood.
He was a Cockney.
Like, let's not do Cockney. Let's do other London.
Yeah,
there's some regional dialect.
Which movie you on about? You're on about the movie we were.
Romulus. Yeah, we're talking about
the cousins.
The one
there was an inordinate amount of English language.
Yeah, there was
dialects.
What was the point of that bloke doing this and standing there like Jesus doing that? Sorry, I couldn't. Over the bigger flame.
It was something to do with drugs, I think. Like
they were having a laugh because when they're hitting the atmosphere, it's like a weird thing happens.
Oh, with the flame, your light. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a super.
He managed to draw his death stick in one breath.
Funny enough, you mentioned chemistry. My teacher in school could do that in between periods. Like if you convince you just like,
I've got to be quite honest.
In the drawer, Bunsen burner.
Back when we were kids, I think
Mrs. Thompson, she was a legend.
Yeah.
When we were kids, most teachers could do that. That and neck a bottle of scotch between lessons.
Yeah.
It's just the way she did it with the Bunsen burner, just not like cigarette come out of the drawer, Bunsen burner gone.
Oh, cute.
Definitely.
Probably one of the best teachers.
But in terms of that character, you'll probably not agree because you don't see it, but the accent felt quite natural. The conversations felt like quite natural in a way. Like I thought, am I watching Attack the Block here?
I just couldn't place it.
He was like,
it would definitely
together. It's kind of like a futuristic Fred Dibner.
Yeah, Fred
we are like at Nostromo, like, and we're going here to find Alien.
Yeah,
I didn't think it was like that. I thought it was more kind of, Lily Allen kind of accent going on there. That's what I figured it to be.
It was kind of like some generic flavour of English.
Yeah,
you were a Yorkshireman trying to do East London.
There you go.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it's
mystery has been solved. Because it's
the future and the way the demographic of the country has changed. All the accents have merged into one, unless you're American or Japanese.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I didn't. You see, he was a bit of a twat at the start, and we're told that he's a twat because he's been a twat to Andy, especially because Andy indirectly murdered his parents by being a synthetic person.
Oh,
Yeah.
A human commander would have made the same decision. Watch any submarine movie.
It would. But I tell you, if a human had made that decision, he'd have been an arse to him as well.
Yeah. That's
right. Obviously, his childhood didn't include enough rocks.
Yeah.
Because then he could have just been angry about rocks, and everyone else would have been fine.
That's
It's like we'll have to have the random angry character. Don't we?
Well, I mean that's part of
the staple now, isn't it?
You've got to
I
have.
don't know why I'm angry, but I'm angry.
But it's weird because you always have that character that everybody's rooting to get killed, right? Because he's an arse. He's an arse to Andy, and Andy's he's a nice android, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And then they kind of they then invert your expectations by having him do something incredibly heroic.
That's
a little bit later on in the movie.
Like you said,
they did not do that with Fifield.
What is
No, they didn't do it with Fifield because Fifield was
he was irredeemable.
He was an asshole
on this ship. What is with all the tea towel holders?
What are you talking about?
What? Fucking Andy put his finger in a tea towel holder.
That's, my biggest complaint: the amount of tea towel holders.
You know what?
It's a tea towel holder.
We're only 3 in Alien.
Has noticed in all of the Alien movies, all the buttons are from fruit machines that you find in pubs.
It's like
every button is like a push, nudge, hold thing.
But it can't be a tea towel holder. It doesn't look enough like a cat's arsehole.
It doesn't like a tea towel holder.
Are you referring to you're talking about the Irish
the old ones that the granny used to have, where you used to push the tea towel doors. You grabbed all your finger and you can't get out unless your granddad came along with a
screwdriver. See, Andy's got skills with a tea towel holder. That
can't be hygienic.
No.
It's like teaching.
I'm sure humans are coded to go in there too.
Teaching your synthetics to put their fingers in like strange holes. It's just not hygienic.
Yeah. Didn't it?
Don't tell Hammer to do that. Our next mission.
But like you
that's
said,
like Walt Chaplin's head.
So I was actually keeping that just in case it turned out that we needed to like bring it back to life or something because it contained a password or a key number or something.
Yeah. I think it's too late for that. Yeah.
Sorry, I went on a segue there again. I do apologise. But it did remind me of that.
We haven't got the tea towel holder yet. We're saving that. That's a special part of the movie.
It wasn't going to be Chikers. Yeah. Talk about towels.
Your towel's the most important thing.
Yeah.
Be that hoopy food who knows where the towel is.
Yeah, but in terms of the characters, like some people that I went and saw it with made a comment that, like, apart from the android and Budget Ripley, everybody else were like horror movie teenagers, which I take the point, but I think at least putting in the hatred of the android was like a marginal thing to kind of like give a bit of character development.
Well,
it's a bit lazy,
clumsy and lazy.
In today's social climate, especially the one in Hollywood, you can't really be racist towards black people anymore, but you can be hideously prejudiced towards a black robot.
Is that their get-out clause?
I think that's what the thing was.
Okay.
Is this a better projection on Hollywood part, and they're going to blame us for it again?
I thought it was those kids did remind me of the local BMP. To be quite honestly,
to me, it was like an allegory for autism. It was like she had an autistic.
Yeah. See, I could see what you were saying. Yeah, that was kind of. He was a broken android, wasn't he? So he had certain tics and things like that. And mannerisms. That may have kind of pointed you in that direction. That it was neurodivergent.
So,
but
here's where it trips itself up. We'll have two scenes. Obviously, we need to find out that Andy's an android.
Yeah.
So we'll have that random scene on the colony. where he gets beaten up.
Falls over.
Oh no, he's bleeding.
Yeah.
So then we
Got
don't need
toothpaste.
Bjorn being a twat because we know.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
I just think once again they're over telegraphing. It's like calm down. You can have the fact that they had the plot line where he could get in and speak to Mother. That was fine if they just calmed it down a bit, but they took it up to 11 before they even left the planet.
Maybe, but to my earlier point, if they hadn't have done that, would you have assumed they were an android, or would you have thought you were autistic?
Well, we did think that until the reveal, but then again, what did we need the scene? It's one of two things where we didn't need them, because I think that's where it's a bit much, in my opinion. The scene where he got beat up so he could bleed, or the scene where they talk about him being an android and Bjorn acting the way he did.
I mean, there is another reason for that scene, and that's to demonstrate the fact that they can be rebooted. The androids can be rebooted.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They use that scene to kind of bring that bit in as well, because that happens a couple of times later on in the film.
Like
we know. We know what is going to happen when it happens another 2 times, doesn't it? So we know that there's going to be this. No, it wasn't. It wasn't that.
It was like, come on, we'll get it already.
It's when he gets the Rook's.
Yeah,
and
to me that would have been. We'll get
they're
that.
winding the robot up again.
But it was more a case of it's used there once as we get. Obviously, we get. The Rook's database implanted into Andy, and then later on we need the tension of that moment where he's out.
So
for a
instead
while.
of the kids, would it be better than Bjorn punched them or knocked them down?
No,
I feel like they've over labored the point, if that makes sense. There's
I mean, we never get any kind of explanation as to why Andy is attacked. He's just like, it's just a random beating. But was it, do you think, also a little bit of button pushing going on to make you feel a bit sorry for Andy? So you are more endeared to him?
It is.
Maybe
done. Once again, there's a superfluous scene.
Yes. Okay.
If they'd done it when they all got together and Bjorn flipped his lid, because Andy said something to him and he punched him, knocked him down.
It wouldn't have worked because you're taking sympathy away from the characters, whereas what they're trying to do is make you care about Budget Ripley and Andy.
Yeah.
So, and by showing him as lesser and as vulnerable, it helps you buy into that. Like,
but that's what I'm saying. Bjorn could have been the one that hit him.
But then you would have really. I mean, maybe they did. I mean, Bjorn. I don't know if we're expected to hate Bjorn, or whether.
How about we use this thing called dialogue and character building instead of everything being 2-dimensional wooden planks?
But maybe they were adhering to the show don't tell,
or tell don't show in this case.
Thing. Well, they kind of show by having him beat up and.
They showed. They just did it clumsily, didn't
I mean, it was quite clumsy and quite lazy. I'll give you that.
Don't forget, we've got Fede Alvarez, who has an absolute genius helping him. The father of all film and the absolute, just near godhood, Mr. Scott. This should be. We should be just lapping every scene up, just begging him, to give us the next one. I don't feel like we're doing it.
No.
They're Ridley's thoughts, by the way, not mine, as his godhood.
And we know the truth, Colin. We know the truth, Colin. This is a secret meeting for the Ridley Scott fan club.
It did sound like there was a little boy fanboying.
I know, right? I think.
Did you see the love heart come?
It's
every time I mention his name.
It's like, I'm pretty sure if Colin moves his camera slightly to one side, big poster of the man himself.
I would say I honestly didn't have that much of a problem with it because it's painted as a dark, dingy, dirty world. You're on streets and the kids are going to be rough, aren't they?
all in space
that you're on. Yeah. That's the colony that you're in. And it's kind of like every man for themselves. So they're not going to be nice people. And from that point of view, I thought that's something they got absolutely right. And in terms of going back to basics, perfect. It was like a dirty, gritty sci-fi world. And I'm like, brilliant. Especially like with a picture of the atmosphere processors, the walking through crowd.
See, that bit I quite liked. I think
I was on board. I was still on board this movie. That's what I mean. I was there. I was like, oh, cool, right? They've actually made an effort.
The bit of world building they did was good.
Well, I wasn't totally convinced. I was talking to Colin about this before, because it reminded me a little bit, particularly the bit where we have when Rain goes in to see about her contract and getting off world, and they suddenly add an extra 12 years or whatever it is onto her contract. All of that bit, it felt a little bit too mustache twirling, and it reminded me. It reminded me a little bit.
Machiavellian company.
It did, it kind of reminded me a little bit of at the very start of Solo, a Star Wars movie.
Yes.
It kind of reminded me a little bit.
Unfortunately, yes, I remember that.
Yeah, and I mean Andy remembers that, obviously, being our resident Star Wars fanboy. It reminded me quite a bit of that, and as everything, I kind of feel that the Alien franchise is meant to be a little bit more grounded, and Star Wars is a little bit more like gonzo, over the top. That's how it works. Yeah. And it just felt like that this was a little bit too much like that, and not like Alien. I wasn't really convinced that this was an Alien movie. I was watching at that point. The visuals, fantastic. I really, really liked all of that stuff. But I didn't buy into the fact that this was an Alien movie that we were watching at that point. Yeah,
I take it what you mean, but I thought like the Andy bit was decent, kind of like character building with the dad jokes and stuff like that.
I was not intrigued by him until what's up with this fella, and then you find out he's a synth, and you get his backstory. Andy's my favorite character, without a doubt.
Yes,
and it was a fresh take on something like that's actually pretty new for an Alien film. Like you said, when it came to changing the things, it's just too on the nose, isn't it?
It was,
what it needs to do.
Yeah,
but it's like simple and a bit too obvious. Like you said,
just felt a little bit too.
She's got her little data pad thingy.
Yeah.
Or a terminal when they log in. Oh, contracts have been that could have been a message. Contract extended due to resources.
And to your earlier point, Colin, like if it was a bit more subtle, you can imagine if that was a scene in Alien or in Blade Runner when Ripley was, Ridley Scott was at his height, it would be mixed in with a load of other like conversations that seem perfectly natural to them, will mean nothing to us, but we kind of get the gist.
Yeah, you're part of the universe. But this is like
you'd be talking about like ID things and all that kind of stuff, which you're like, okay, but
you're getting filtered information in, so that when something happens, the groundwork's been laid there.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah.
I was like, oh dear, you haven't met your quota, have you? It
was a bit too fairy godmother,
the fact that it's flashed up on screen approved, and then she decides randomly.
That was like, that's the problem, because
like a doctor's receptionist.
Yes.
When you meet a doctor's receptionist and think they've got ultimate power, they diagnose you over the phone.
Made to feel like she made that decision, and it was a little bit like, a bit arbitrary,
Absolutely.
So that bit I didn't buy into. I say that felt a bit more like a fairy tale type stuff than
you could have started off with, we've all got our, contracts extended.
You could have just heard somebody in the street saying something like, "Holy shit, they've just extended all of our contracts for whatever."
Yeah, that's right.
Such a quota hasn't been met, and then she goes and checks to make sure, because she was thinking she was getting off world, finds out, shit,
absolutely.
That would have worked better.
And it would have fit right in. Would have fit right in, because there's have you listened to or watched Catch 22? There's a big thing on that. It's all to do with like Air Force, and you can go if you've flown so many missions, but they keep increasing the mission count.
Yeah.
It would have been exactly that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it would. Yeah.
Just
It's
like,
if you've ever worked in anything to do with sales or retail,
yeah,
the bonus system, they
Yeah.
always
Constantly
change the bonus system.
pushing out of reach.
yeah,
Yep.
Yeah.
God, I worked for a
Yeah.
store, and I mean, a couple of years ago, and they had a bonus system, and sure enough, every month it would change slightly, and I'd start twigging on that. Oh, hold on, here we go, we
Yeah.
changed again.
Oh.
Just making that bit of right, and it doesn't work. It demoralizes people. You actually get less productivity because then people switch off.
Yeah.
You can only dangle the carrot.
and then
so long.
what happens to Rain? Because they twig on like we're never getting out of here.
Yeah.
We're going to work
Yeah.
until we die.
Yeah. So, yeah, I didn't mind. I quite liked the. I mean, the visuals of that bit, excellent. Gave you the impression of it reminded me a little bit of Blade Runner, I suppose, in that regard. It's very kind of oppressive, wasn't it? Very dark.
Yeah.
Until the sun never rises or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, considering what we had with the previous two movies, it was a refreshing change. It's like, oh, they've actually built the set. Wow, green screen. Oh, wow, look, there's characters that look as if they've been around the bush. Everything isn't shiny anymore. Thank goodness for that.
Yeah.
You're
it was
almost
returning to that aesthetic
vibe.
Yeah.
I just if they'd just calmed down a bit. It's like they're trying too hard.
Yeah.
But I like I said, I thought the beginning bit of the film were some of the best bits of it.
I was like I said,
I was just
I'm
more
on board until
like,
there's a particular point, and I'm like,
okay.
Yeah.
But we haven't got to that point yet, have we?
Yeah.
So Colin's still on board at this point, everyone.
Yeah, I'm still with the movie.
Yeah.
And plus, also, having watched something else, had an absolute abomination of a movie. This has actually went up. This has actually gone up at higher on my shit list because
check out Colin's review of The Crow.
Yes, or 45 minutes of me swearing, just
constant swearing,
laying curses on people that have things growing off them. Oh god. Yeah, this movie is a marked improvement on that. If I'd seen that first before watching this, I think I would have a completely different view.
Okay.
Unfortunately, watch this first and
Yeah.
then watch that movie. You know, and this is sort of first impression. Well, it's the dialogue is quite clunky in this. Once again, it's modern, current day writing. I don't know what it is, but I don't like it. If you think about Alien, just the conversation between the truckers and them going about their daily business and how they speak to each other, it's grown up, it's adult.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I guess the comparison is like where it says where she turns up and she says, "Oh, thank God you've come."
Yes, you did. You put in the chat, Chris. Don't lie. Trying to assuage his guilt.
You're off his Christmas card list, Chris. That's all I'm saying.
Sorry, Lee, you were saying there.
I was saying, like you said, an example of that is when she turns up to the ship, and his sister said, "Oh, thank God you're here. My brother really wants to see you. He's really happy." That wouldn't be a line in Alien, would it?
No.
It wouldn't be delivered like that at all. But conversely, like I said, one of the things that I really liked about it was the characters had a natural flow when they were sat down explaining the plan. To me, that felt really natural and all logical. Like everything seemed like that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm enjoying this because it makes perfect sense why you would do that.
Yeah, that whole conversation about the Tyler's so glad you've come or whatever.
Yeah,
I wasn't. I mean, I couldn't figure out whether the sister, whose name I can't recall, whether she knew that it wasn't actually about Tyler and Rain, was it? It was they just wanted Andy for that job.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure if she knew that or whether he'd kind of led her down the garden path as well, because she seemed like a bit of a naive kind of romantic character, didn't she?
Bit of a bubblehead,
the
wasn't she?
Yeah.
She was a little bit. She was a little bit, but I think that was intentional as well, because I think we were meant to kind of see her as this kind of naive child almost, with these great aspirations and ambitions, and therefore kind of sympathize with her a little bit and what she ends up going through, because she kind of goes through the worst during this movie. She endures probably the worst out of any of the other characters.
The least involved. Like, she was just meant to
exactly. Poor kid.
So their plan was to leave immediately, wasn't it? Once they got basically they got the pinged the ship is in orbit, because they were trucking just at the right spot.
Yeah.
Didn't hear John in Denver, but they got the
yeah.
Have we been here before? Somebody
on the lyrics to that as well.
So I was basically, they were going to just up sticks there and then.
Yeah, that seemed to be the plan, because actually that was a little bit.
I thought
confusing.
they were going to bring the stuff back down.
Well, I wasn't. That was it.
Retrofitted
I couldn't figure it out, because at one point they said it was a spaceship, didn't they? They said, "Oh, there's a spaceship on there. It's got cryopods. We can get the hell out of here." And then the next thing you know, they're saying, "Oh no, it's a space station."
Yeah, because they
didn't. Still, we're going to take no. But so, what was the plan with the cryopods? Is what I was, because obviously we're going to take they salvaged the cryopods and the fuel. What were they going to do with them? Were they going to use that
on their ship?
That cargo ship thing they've got, which
they're going to take their cargo hopper to whatever.
Remember, I've asked before, were these things movable during the game? Because in Alien and Aliens, they're built into its own.
Yeah.
They're
not portable.
These are like the camping equivalents.
Having said that, they do get evacuated in Alien 3, don't they? And it makes logical sense if it's hardwired in.
That's a good point. Yes, the whole that whole cryo chamber is like an escape pod, isn't it? With the cryo tubes in it. So, but that is significantly.
But that was built into like the narcissist. That's the pod, the cryopods inside.
Yeah,
which is a bit of a weird setup as well. There's only one that was all nice and pretty, but we'll forgive that because we like that movie.
Yeah,
like it wasn't an escape pod meant for multiple people. This was a screw you, Jack, I'm all right escape pod in the narcissist.
Yeah.
That's okay.
The narcissist looked like it could have several people in it. Only one of them was going to get to use the cryopod.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. So, they were going to go initially, straight away.
So I guess that's never really, that doesn't really make sense. So they went to get...
This is what I'm saying about the clunkiness of, could they have tidied up the dialogue a bit and the plan that they're packing, they're sneaking, they're just not letting everybody know what they're up to, packing their bags, right, that's it, we're going.
Well, it doesn't not kind of indicate that they didn't really have much of a plan. That's kind of what it made me think, that they got this plan. They thought, oh yeah, spaceship up there, cryopods, we'll get in there, take off to New Vega or wherever it was, and we'll all be happy as Larry. I can't remember.
Yeah, that's probably right. But there were two things that the first major plot holes to me on that. One is, are they the only people on this entire planet with that ship? Because who else?
No, we saw a few of them bouncing up. They're like anyone that's been in a vehicle pool and sign out a van. You go, you sign out the keys, you do your mileage. It's almost like they've forgotten all that kind of stuff. And these are like dump trucks.
They're like
we'll see a couple of them about, but surely you don't just take it. You have to give it back at the end of your shift or something.
Well, that's right.
And shipping lanes. I don't. This is
no air traffic control, was there?
yeah, but it's equivalent of you. Anyone done driving jobs?
No.
I've not. No.
You sign for your vehicle, you put in the mileage, off you go.
Yeah.
You're sort of expected when you know what I mean. You've Google Maps.
Yeah.
The company knows when you're due back.
Yeah.
So to me, that's the equivalent of me coming back into the car park and then just driving off again for fun. Like I got pulled once for going to the garage to get the picture on the wagon. It was one of the bosses. What's he there for? You know, because it was going to fill up, because I always fill up before you put the thing back, because you don't know what the next, when you're going to get a chance to get, you don't leave an empty tank, you know, you always bring it back. I was always told anyway. So I got pulled once for like going to do the job because I wasn't like, what's he going there for? What's he up to? Sort of thing, you know, immediately suspicious. Yeah. So I'm translating that into huge dump trucks, like on a building site.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're in the quarry, like I've never worked in a mine, but I've seen quarries and stuff, and know people. You know, you don't just take those things in joyrides. There's a specific you're taking that here to here to pick us up.
Yeah,
right. The end of your shift, because obviously they're not doing this mid shift, are they? Just in the middle of work, they're expected to go.
And that's what made it look like they owned that ship. And that was my point. I was like, if that was the case, you would be fighting people off all the time, not to have your ship nicked. You know, because somebody on a world where you're never going to see its sun, where they alter the rules so you're never getting off it, somebody would be desperate to say, you know what?
Well, we've seen a bunch of kids beat up a synth. We've seen a bunch of screwbags beat up a synth for no reason. And as Mark's already stated, this is a rough place. And these are a bunch of like kids.
Exactly. And that's why, if that were the case, why aren't they like having to defend?
Honestly, if you and I were to walk down to those actors, would we be able to take them? All of them.
Maybe, but
like, do you know what I mean?
I'm going to go with no. They look younger and fitter than I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how many times how many times you got the wee cocky kid, you know, gets slapped about?
Yeah, I'm a lover, not a fighter, Colin.
Yeah, well, that's why I didn't include you in this. I know Lee's sort of.
That's it. So, you know, that would definitely a plot hole for me. Why are they just be able to swan about with this shit? Why,
it's kind of a weird element, isn't it? But we need that shit.
Yeah,
we need that happen because otherwise we're not going to get a bunch of kids going to a space station.
It's a MacGuffin.
MacGuffin. There we go.
Also, going to Novaga, I know it's not a Weyland-Yutani colony, but still, do you just rock up at places like that?
No questions asked. Apparently not, because that. What? No, because that's the thing is they said that Andy wouldn't be welcome, so you can just rock up as long as you're not a synthetic person. It seems
you're a synthetic person.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Oh God! Here's the first one. I prefer the term artificial person myself.
Oh,
first kick to the bits.
Yeah, I mean, we do have to call out. There are a number of callbacks to previous films.
Jangle, jangle, keys. Jangle, jangle. Here you go, members. Remember this.
It's there so that the alien fans can go like, oh, this is from that film.
It's amazing. We're the alien fans, and
they're calling it. They're calling it back towards that amazing scene in AVP 2. Oh, Ridley Scott is amazing.
I mean, look, I think there are a lot of callbacks in this. Probably more than in any of the other films. Probably more than any other franchise.
If this had been
movie,
it's like
Alien X, you know, like Jason X or something, or Leprechaun in Space type
thing. Scream, the Outer Atmosphere Chronicle or something like that.
Had it been a parody, yes, I'd have been buckled with laughter.
Yeah.
It's
I think
It does have to be the alien
maybe.
equivalent of
Yeah,
Spaceballs.
I mean, these wouldn't be like Fede Alvarez's little nods to Ridley Scott while he was on set. Look, Ridley, they're saying that line from the film.
Yeah.
You love me.
So Ridley would be there being like, oh, you're
be having a little,
really
I think
knocking one out.
Fede Alvarez is wearing a ball gag and is in a cupboard at this point.
Okay, so we got.
Well, there's an image I didn't need. Thank you very much for that.
So he's This is where
he makes us watch Romulus. Now we've got the image of
Fede decided he needed to answer a call of nature, and Ridley went, "I'll take over for a minute."
That's okay. You go. I'll keep your seat warm. Remember me?
Oh no, the toilet door's stuck. Thomas, it's been locked. Somebody let me out. Jesus. Oh my god.
Yeah. So I mean, we have to address. There are a large number of callbacks in the dialogue, aren't there? This is the first of many.
Yes.
And
although
every single one of them
is the drinking duck, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, the bobbing duck.
When I saw that, I was like, why?
Because it'll make the alien fans happy.
Everybody's got one.
Yeah.
No, but a lot of the trouble is when they use these callbacks in the dialogue, it's incredibly clunky, and it's
because they're using a different language. They're using modern language and writing style, and it's like a big square block in the round hole, sort of. It doesn't fit.
Yeah, it's a bit J.J. Abrams and his Star Trek thing, isn't it? Come on. So there's a lot of that.
Can I just say one amazing thing about this film is it's got some really good dad jokes in it.
Yeah,
and this is the reason everybody loves them.
All of them was even better.
Yeah,
and the fact that she's just groaning and he's just cracking on with them, Actually, it's like if you ever watch this channel,
like IFT
every other Monday when we do classic horror.
Yeah.
And my co-host Steve, that's basically this film's an episode of that.
Yeah,
Steve loves his dad jokes, and he just you can tell when he's got one like ready to pop out because he's like,
it's the highest level of humor.
It was the bit where it's like, why did the blind miner fall down that well? And I'm like, oh god, no, not this one.
You couldn't see that well. Yeah,
couldn't see that well.
Yeah,
I'm like,
I was reading a book about anti-gravity. That one
couldn't put it down.
Wow! Oh,
yes.
Get in there. I was like,
you know what? If that's how they wanted to do it in Ghostbusters Afterlife, but they kind of failed.
They'd have kept doing that.
Maybe
like Romulus, it'd have been such a better film.
Yeah,
it's.
I don't know, maybe it helps having. I mean, the guy that plays Andy,
David Johnson, isn't it?
David Johnson.
Yeah.
Obviously, very talented chap. He was very good, I thought, in both in both personalities.
Yeah.
And I thought he was very, very good.
But they messed. They didn't. They started them off, and then they kept bringing him back, which was like, we'll get to that.
Okay.
He could have stole the show, like he already did, but I mean, he could have blazed through this movie, and we could have just watched him, perform, But they wouldn't let him do
that.
So they find out this ship is out there. They just happen to be in the right place, right time to hear the John Denver song playing. So cool.
Yes,
they take not like a work van, but a bloody full-on dump truck.
Which
obviously wasn't needed for the next shift. When they finish one shift and they don't hand over to the next person.
There were so many holes.
Must be that.
Can we just assume though maybe they weren't expecting to come back? Maybe they were just gonna
Yeah,
they just
from the way they were talking about it, they were going to go up. They were going to go up there, nick the cryogenic pods, use them, and fly off to Las Vegas 6 or whatever it was called.
The point is, this universe alternates between can't talk between two buildings in the same planet. They can scan an entire planet's biosphere at the touch of a button and send drones to pick up a 9x6 rock, like zone in right in that location. So the accuracy of the communication technology varies depending on the plot. Same as this is between
But then we've had that issue with the technology throughout the entire franchise, really, though.
Yeah.
So a dump truck going missing.
You think
is going to get noticed more of the fact of what the hell, right? That was Navarro, or was Navarro? Yeah, that's Navarro's ship, right? What the hell? Where is that? You know, to go look for, not there. Okay, it's been nicked. I'm sure that's happened. I'm sure.
Well, I mean,
people have tried to do this before.
Yeah,
this is a weird thing, because obviously, this planet obviously has a certain level of technology.
Yeah.
It has to be part of it can't operate independently. It has to be part of it's part of the economic system.
I don't know, because it's all company controlled, but everybody seems to be able to do what they want and go around. There's nothing. There doesn't seem to be anybody policing what's going on down here. Hence, Andy getting the living doodah kicked out of him. So
right.
maybe there is not so much of that. Maybe it's just that they don't give a shit. It doesn't make sense, because obviously, how can they keep people in a contract? What happens if they break the contract and fuck off to New Vegas?
Well, we've seen it in the book. There's been riots and uprisings, and that's why they've got colonial marines.
Yeah. Okay.
Or the Three World Empire, which Weyland-Yutani is actually part of. It's actually not part of the United Americas.
Oh, okay. I
so
don't know the
actually
law.
cover that.
Yeah.
So it's an
to me, it seemed like it's an easy way of chaining them to that place, because they said that it's something like, what did they say? 9 years, 6 years to this.
Something like that. 9 years to get the
9 years.
That is a prison sentence. That is a prison sentence, because you cannot take a dump truck and go for 9 years. You know, it's like
a communication be waiting for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In 9 years' time, there's dump truck alpha, registration number.
Well, yeah, I mean, even without that, you would literally go insane. Sitting in one room for 9 years.
They're going to be. They're all going to be in cryostasis.
Yeah.
Well, hence why
it's going, because there's a scene later on where it's going to seem like a day we'll go to sleep and a day later we'll wake up in Hartlepool.
No, I'm thinking the equivalent to 2000 AD, when somebody gets future shock. There's bound to be that stuff happening. Like you can't tell me that people are just going along with this and nobody loses their rag every so often.
That's what I mean by, like, are they the only ones with the ship? Because surely somebody would have took that gamble and thought going insane in 9 years is preferable to being on a planet.
Or maybe not heading to Navago, but somewhere else, within the...
There probably was, which is why I was confused why there was no other ships going up. But yeah, at least from the character's point of view, it made total sense to me. I was like, you would try and get the cryo tubes. You would try and do that.
Oh, that bit. It's just the bits in between how to go about it, because they figure out the Andy bit until he's not useful anymore.
Yeah.
But they haven't got,
You see, this just sounds like teenagers making plans. Have you ever seen them trying to organize a trip or anything? I mean,
I've experienced it.
Yeah,
I've been there.
Done that one, the t-shirt.
Right, have you got your passport? Shit.
Yeah.
I remember, actually, what was I, 17? I went we're all heading down to, I think it was Metallica gig.
Right.
And we were staying overnight. It was down in Dublin. And the bollocks of just organising the room and getting people to pay the deposits and stuff and that. And then it turns out one of the guys worked for a hotel group and get discount.
Right.
And him and his mate, I'd already booked the friggin' B&B. And then he's like, oh no, I got discount. Me and my mate are staying there. I'm like, why didn't you fucking book your rooms out? You know,
Wow.
that actually, after that weekend, it was a fallout. I didn't speak to a lot of people after that because it's just a
Yeah. So,
bollocks.
I mean, let's
That's how
just
you know.
assume
That's how
then.
you know.
So,
It's been a good
okay, right,
weekend.
okay, I'll
Yeah, what happens here is just teenagers arranging to go see a
Yeah.
Metallica gig.
Yeah.
This is this is
okay.
that.
So that's it. They have to just can't see
Yeah.
further
Yeah.
than their nose. They have to sort
Exactly.
it through.
Straight on off.
They're just desperately trying to get out of this shitty situation they're in,
Yeah.
and they're not thinking everything through.
No.
I mean, obviously, some of them have thought a little bit more through because this is where we discover that that synthetic people are not a welcome on this new planet, and that once Andy has done what he's going to do, they're just going to ditch him because
Yeah, that's right.
he's an artificial person.
Well, that doesn't come out until the
that-
actually in the station.
No, that's right.
Bjorn, it was hinted at, and then Bjorn.
Yeah, because he basically does a Firefield, doesn't he? And
It's like Bjorn opened his mouth and his knob fell out of it.
yeah, effectively, yeah.
Mm.
He takes umbrage, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Throws his dummy out the pram and explains to the audience that synthetic people are not welcome.
He's
What are you going to do now,
Doris.
you silly synthetic person? You
Yeah.
Who doesn't have feelings in one directive.
exactly, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. How does that make you feel, huh? Well, it doesn't make me feel anything at all. Well done.
As long as Rain's okay, I'm happy. That's my directive. That would have probably wound him up even more, you know.
I mean, maybe, yeah.
Well,
Because
it certainly made me twitch.
Do you remember Lance Henriksen?
yeah,
Lance Henriksen did an amazing job of, not. You saw the banter between the Colonial Marines and him, him being nonchalant and,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
although there are elements of personality there, aren't there? He's got like the whole.
but
I
him
may
not
be an
reacting
android,
to
but
the
I'm not
banter.
stupid.
No, but him not reacting to the banter, if that makes sense,
Yeah,
was
Yeah.
also part.
Absolutely.
It was cool. It was all subtly
well,
played.
he does engage in it himself a little. At
Well,
various
the bit with
times, doesn't
Hudson,
he? Yeah,
Yeah.
never forget the knife scene. Brilliant.
a 5-finger fillet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess Andy demonstrates a little bit more emotion, maybe here, because when he's told, it's revealed that he's not allowed on this particular, he's not allowed to go with them. There's like a pause, isn't there? When he says, "I've been programmed to do whatever's best for Rain."
Yeah.
But there's a little pause before that to make you think, "Oh, wait a minute." He's not too happy about that, but I don't know. It just seems like maybe they've
I think
injected
this
a
is
little
what the
bit
TV show's going to try and explore this whole thing.
Well, I was wondering that because I'd
It's the
heard a
race to
rumor.
create synthetic.
I've heard of the rumor that it's about synthetics, and I was wondering whether or not this incident that Bjorn is so upset by might factor into it in some way. Maybe. Possibly. I don't know what time period the series is set in, but
can't remember. But
I mean,
it's around about the same.
It's effectively
No, it's pre all of us.
Is it?
Yeah, it's pre all of us. It's it's right back to the early days.
Ah, okay.
Right.
Okay.
So yeah, he's pretty much tied into Asimov's robots, and that all the stories around that were about how sentient are they and stuff like that.
Yeah, and they keep mentioning the whole the programming and not allowing them to harm humans.
That's right.
I see Isaac Asimov's, one of those.
That's all 5. Yeah, the 5 rules, isn't it? I bet Flea can quote all of them.
Yes, can't harm a human. Can't by inaction allow a human to be harmed.
Unless
it contravenes rule 1, something like that.
Yeah,
you'll notice this isn't Flea saying all this.
And you can't harm yourself.
It isn't. But I was fully expecting you to be able to quote them all.
Actually, I know the first 2. The other 3, foggiest idea.
Well, so the other 2 are basically all the above.
Yep.
Yeah.
But
it's
slightly
can't directly harm a human,
different
can't
shades
allow
of
a
blue.
human to be harmed by inaction, can't allow a human, must protect a human or something. It's basically the three of them intertwined. It works. You know that.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it seems that every science fiction franchise ever that includes
That's
He
right.
came up with the
Robots.
first, and everyone stole it.
yeah, and that's it. Yeah, everybody just goes,
Apart from Terminator
and Star Wars
That did the
Star
opposite.
Wars.
and the black hole, because you know those androids would
Yeah,
murder
true.
anyone.
It's not quite a horror film, but when are we covering the black hole? Come on.
Actually, that's been on the list for a while. I need to do that.
Oh, has it?
Technically, it is a horror film because it's got air quotes scary moments in it.
Scenes of mild peril.
Ooh, it's the worst kind of peril.
That's if somebody slams a door too hard now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maximilian, properly scary.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we've digressed, but yes,
Yeah, we have.
It's a good digression.
it's the first Disney film with a PG rating. I
Look,
think,
look,
wasn't it?
it's just for the simple reason that we don't want to talk about Alien Romulus.
Why? It's
Oh,
not that
I'm
bad.
actually-
It's not that bad.
It's
I
not
enjoyed
that
it.
bad.
Up until right, so the total off, they find out it's a spaceship. They kind of
Yeah.
crap themselves. Go, oh, is there going to be one? And then they pick up a signal. So that was all. Like I said, I'm on board right up to this point.
Yeah.
Cool. You know the plans change, but they're like, oh, we're committed now.
Yeah.
Because they probably think as well, if we go back with somebody should imagine that if we go back with this, we're going to get fined or in trouble.
Yeah.
We'll have to.
I thought that was
one
implied. I
line
thought
would
there
have
was
helped me along here.
Was there not something there that where they kind of did say that?
No,
I kind of because I kind of had that impression. I don't know why I had that impression, but I kind of had that impression.
I don't see why they would though, because they know they're never going to get off the place, so they're all resigned to the fact that we're all going to go AWOL. The plan was to get the cryo stuff and leave.
I just would have liked the line when they realized it was a space station, not a spaceship. And the thing, something like, do these things have cryopods, for example? And we can't go back now. We're already committed, or else we'll get,
Yeah.
There's plenty of dialogue throughout this when they're in the ship. So
maybe
a little less of Bjorn being a twat.
Yeah.
And a bit more useful dialogue would have been nice.
Yeah.
Because we'll get it. He doesn't like Andy. Fair enough. They're using it.
Yeah.
It goes a wee bit above and beyond because we've already seen Andy.
No
get
one
beaten
likes
up.
me.
We're like Andy.
Oh,
Calm down, Fede and Ridley. We're like Andy. We'll get it. Fucking settle.
Yeah. He doesn't like Andy like Fifield likes rocks. That's the
you can't get back the rocks. All he's interested in is rocks. He's like the Macapaca of space.
Oh my god, don't. Oh dear.
A robot may not injure a human being or through inaction allow a human being to be harmed.
Yes. Law 1. Law 2. A robot must obey orders given to a human being, except where such orders would conflict with Law 1.
Yep.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris.
Definitely.
Yes. Okay. But they decide they're going to get onto the space station anyway, and they're going to try and salvage, I guess, at this point. Why they're trying to salvage the cryopods now? Because they wanted the cryopods because that was what was going to allow them to leave.
Yes.
But now they're going to salvage them. Now, this is where we kind of, I got a bit confused because I think we were talking about, was the idea that they take the cryopods, stick them on the dump truck, and then use the dump truck. But the dump truck doesn't have hyperspace. It doesn't have like a hyperdrive thing.
You need the cryo sleep.
Well, no, because you go to cryo sleep when you go into hyperspace. Right?
No, because it suspends animation, doesn't it? It puts you to sleep.
Yeah,
for the reason that I said, you can't spend 5-6 years in a living room because you're going insane.
Also, you use up food, resources, oxygen, water.
So you sleep.
My question is, it's like this planet that they're heading to, this promised land. How far away is it?
9 years.
It can't be that far.
9 years.
Because,
but what I mean, this thing can't go faster than the speed of light. Right?
Think about it. Think about it. The fastest ship that we Earth has ever launched are the Voyager probes. Yeah.
Yeah.
The first of those took off in 1977. It's only just left the edge of the solar system. How far is this ship going to travel in 9 years?
This could be in solar system.
Yeah, this is where I think this is where second edition is going to plunk us right in the map.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. It is.
You know, I would have, honestly, at this point, I would have had the thing open and going, right, okay, we're here now. That's, you know,
Yeah.
But once again, depending on the plot, that's the annoying thing about this universe.
Yeah.
Depending on the plot, distances change between space stations and planets and parked spaceships and parked ships. You know,
That's right.
depending on the plot, we've seen the distance change from like.
Yeah. In this world, I don't believe there is faster than light travel. They use cryosleep to get around that.
But time seems kind of malleable a little bit for anything. In during all of these films, like whether it be gestation period of the alien or
years depending on character.
Well, they never talked about the fuel capacity of a dump truck.
No.
Are these things designed for interstellar travel?
They are powered. They are powered by fifth generation hand wavium.
That's right.
And they don't have sails.
It's not hard sci-fi, is it? But I guess, you know, once you're traveling at a speed, you don't slow down, do you? So you just
keep going until you need to turn around.
To move, and then that's it.
Accelerate forwards.
Hey, John.
But I think that there is some form of hyperdrive because I remember reading an article on the Nostromo. The Nostromo had a hyperdrive. Because when it was traveling, when it was just the Nostromo itself traveling, it was really, really fast. But the reason they needed hyperspace was because its speed really, really dropped when it was towing something.
Right.
So a journey that might only take a couple of weeks going out there could take decades coming back, depending on what it was pulling behind it.
Yeah.
So presumably without its cargo thing, and just like some cargo pods, this thing could go along at a pretty good clip. But why would a dump truck have hyperspace?
Very probably. But like I said, I totally get it.
It makes sense. If it's traveling at normal speed, then they're going to need hypersleep chambers.
Because you ain't got that much supply. Your food, you ain't got 5 years worth of food in your dump truck.
So that, once again, I'm here. I'm with it. I'm enjoying myself.
Yeah. At this point, I was like, bro, fantastic.
And like I said, the fact that it changes to go, oh shit, this isn't a ship, it's a space station.
Yeah.
Just a couple of lines of, do these things have crab hoods? I think so. Scan. Yes, they do. Okay, we're good. You know, that's all we needed.
Yeah.
But I'm still on board with the plot because it's.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, like Andy said, the film isn't a bad film.
Mm-hmm.
It's just got some really weird decisions in it.
It's the third act. That's where it goes.
You're giving spoilers on the review here.
Guess what? People were warned. That's what we do here. We go into stupid amounts of detail over the silly little things.
Yeah.
That's half the fun. That's why we're fans. That's what fans do.
Very true. Very true. So they get to the ship, don't they? And then
to Romulus.
Yeah, which were very weird. I thought, why have you gone that way into airlock, into air vents, and not through bloody main door? What was the point of that? But I got away.
I've got to be honest. I like the sketchy airlock. You won't catch me in that with wearing just a face mask.
Why have they got an airlock attached to the air vent?
Yeah, a bit weird.
This is where it starts getting a bit. What are you doing?
Weird.
And we can sort of see, you know what I mean? The potholes have been little potholes at the moment. Now we're getting to the sinkholes. That makes
it's like everything was fine until we hit the pothole and then we lost the tire.
Yeah.
Still, I guess it leads to quite a tense little scene. I say tense little scene. It's basically a dead rat floating in anti-gravity, isn't it?
It reminds me of 2010.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Where they started having that bit of a freak out when they go back on to.
Yes, it's like, and he smells rotting meat.
Yes.
Oh, I actually really like that. I love that film, to be honest.
2010. Not so much 2001. 2010 is really good.
Oh, God.
But I mean, like the
I know,
anti-grav
sign.
explosion.
This is where I'm like going.
It's like really clumsily done.
Yeah, if you've switched the
does what
anti-gravity off, why would
No.
it have to purge itself and make gravity every 10 minutes or so?
Right. This is the bit where I'm like about to step off here, because this is the bit, the gravity purge. I've never heard of a gravity purge in my life on umpteen gazillion sci-fi movies.
Well, that's because you've never had anti-gravity switched off, or the gravity switched off.
That's why.
Have you never played Deep Rock Galactic?
Why is that mouse still alive, or the rat still alive? When
No,
it
he's
keeps
dead.
getting
It's
slammed up?
definitely dead.
No,
It's
we're in
definitely
the air
dead.
vent. The rat is
Yeah, but
dead.
that should be squished. There should
Why?
be nothing left of it.
Why?
Why?
It's going up and down all the time, isn't it?
Yeah,
True.
but it's only landing like a couple of inches. It's only,
I've
Yeah,
got
but
to be
slam.
honest. When
It's not really a
the
slam.
gravity purge happened, then the rat just went. I burst out laughing.
Yeah, that was funny.
that wouldn't have
It
made
just went,
much sense.
It wasn't animal cruelty because it was already dead. So I mean, and that will always be my defense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What killed it though?
It would definitely like.
Was it the fall from the first anti-gravity purge?
Maybe it's
Well, once
starved.
again, depending on the plot, this depends on the intensity of the gravity purge.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a bit like how long it takes you to get somewhere. The distance between 2 points is all relative in the alien universe. It's like we're in some strange, trippy, alternate dimension, because nothing's consistent. Everything's malleable and,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
wobbly stuff.
hyperspace for you.
Yeah. But even on the same planet, like Prometheus, like the distance between Prometheus and the ship changed every fucking scene.
God.
1 minute it was 2 days track away,
and
next it was 15 minutes away.
I will say that I did think the entire point of Gravity Purge was to show him smacking his ass on the floor. So I was kind of pleasantly surprised when it came back in towards
a bit later on. There's quite a bit of that kind of foreshadowing that kind of goes on in this film, isn't there? Along with the callbacks.
You don't have such an intense experience with something. Oh, that's memorable. That might be worth remembering for later. Oh, that was a memorable experience. Might want to be aware of that.
I mean, it's called Chekhov's gun, isn't it?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's Chekhov's gun. Where if you don't know it, it's if you show a gun in Act 1, you need to fire it by Act 3. So it's foreshadowing. But yeah, I thought the point of it was just a bit of comedy relief with the falling down.
Well, Bjorn getting.
Bjorn getting his ass slapped by a space station.
If they wanted
that's
to,
right.
if it hadn't have been so intense, I could see it being like if it had just purged slowly. Like also, if this is to stop pressure building, you don't just go
as a health and safety kind of feature. It's sadly like that. You'd have thought before it kicks in, be a massive siren or something going off, right? So everybody grab hold of something.
I made it gently. It's the same as
lower you to the floor as opposed to just dumping you on your ass.
Once again, if you've ever driven and you need to drop your tire pressure, you've got a heavy load.
Yeah.
Right. You don't stick a knife in the side of the tire to drop the tire pressure. You gently.
Although that works.
It does work, but things explode. And it kind of doesn't do well. That's the equivalent of this. There's a difference between taking the valve off and going.
Yes.
Yeah.
And going. Stop.
The biggest thing is, why is there no big klaxons going on for a while?
Big warnings to tell you. Oh, by the way, grab hold of something, people.
That's right.
My big problem before that is when you switch something on. Oh, sorry, when you switch something off, why does it randomly switch on again?
Does it?
Because it's like clang, army foot. I sure I switched that bloody thing off. Yeah, it makes no sense.
Yeah.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is where I leave the plot and go, oh dear, we're in trouble.
No, I was still heavily invested
Yeah,
on
so-
that.
No, at this point, I'm like, uh-oh.
No,
Uh-oh.
I will well into it on this bit.
I was enjoying the film because it is set in the future, and therefore, obviously, you are using a technology that us in our simple agrarian times cannot understand.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Weyland-Yutani space station, and we've already established that health and safety is not foremost on their agenda.
That's
Nor
right.
are
so-
photographed vehicle logs,
Yeah,
shift
It
patterns.
doesn't matter.
Just
Anything, pretty much
Yeah.
so
anything.
on one
anything
hand you're a
that gets in the
slave, but
way of
technically you
good
just not do a
story.
day's work and
Yeah,
just mince about the place, and it's fine.
Yeah,
So which is it?
Yeah.
we've already started. Weyland-Yutani, not smart.
No.
Okay.
Well, you've only got to look at Burke in Aliens to
So
understand
it
that.
had
Yeah.
Dead Space
However-
vibes to me as well.
We
However.
find the cryo tubes. They find the cryo tubes that they're
They
looking
do.
for, and everything looks great, except they've discovered then that there's not
Not
enough
long.
fuel
Yeah.
in the
I-
cryopods.
Yeah.
To
Have
last them
did
9
you
years.
notice the cryopods? The cryopods are nicely, neatly clustered together in a single unit of 5
Yes.
cryopods,
Yes.
and there were exactly 5 people who needed cryopods.
I didn't count them. Actually, I
That's
didn't count them.
Well, there was like Nobbed number 1, Nomen number 2, budget Ripley,
Yeah.
token Asian girl, and
Yeah.
token pregnant woman.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
5 they found exactly 5 cryopods. 5 people need. That's some bloody good coincidence.
That
there.
is plot armor. You know,
my
that is
my
serious
God,
plot armor.
I wish I could have that kind of luck when I was drawing lottery numbers. Blimey.
I mean, maybe they just come in clusters of 5, and there could be more. There could be another 5 just down the corridor.
yeah, but it's just
they
the
only
fact that
needed
they're clustered
5,
together
right?
in 5s.
Yeah,
Not
why not?
sixes, you know,
Not
and
sixes or
not
sevens
4s,
or
not
3s.
7s.
5s.
Yeah. Why? Well, look, if we're just going to pull out an arbitrary number, why not 5?
Well, I don't know. It's a nice odd number. They are
There you
hexagonal
go.
shapes, so they cluster together very neatly.
Lovely, perfectly. Yes, exactly. Right.
I'm still going to twitch about it though.
I mean,
I love the way they just eject just so beautifully and lands perfectly. You know, everything's so swimmingly. What could go wrong?
No, that was Navarro's, crackerjack piloting skills, wasn't it? I did like that, where it kind of gets ejected, doesn't it?
Oh,
and
when
she
it
had to adapt the thrust of the ship to allow them to softly enter into the docking bay. I thought that
It was all lovely.
neat.
Yeah,
I
that
thought
was
it was neat.
nice.
Yeah,
It's got-
yeah.
It could. The only way they could have made it better if maybe they'd been like the Blue Danube playing quietly in the background.
You've already
kind of
said
like-
that. Yeah, but you've already implied that you didn't like 2001 Fleet. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, I was going to say we didn't need a 10-minute sequence watching it go into
She's there going, hang on a minute, guys. I've got to play my classical music because I really need to concentrate on this. Click.
Yeah. Yeah. It turns out they
Be
just
like,
couldn't
"Oh,
get
God,
the
not
right.
this stereo again."
Yeah.
That would have been a bit much.
Yeah, that would have been Alien X, wouldn't it? That would have
Yeah.
been.
It would have.
That would have been people would have really enjoyed that, and it would have like lifted the film up
Yeah.
a little bit more.
Yeah,
mean, that's
it'd be the wrong group of people that you'd be entertaining there. You got your 2001 fans and your Alien fans. They're not necessarily the same group, not the same demographic.
And
No,
the 2010
necessarily.
fans are different from the 2001 fans as well.
What's that? Sorry.
And the 2010 fans are different from the 2001 fans.
I don't know. I've only got experience with
movies.
one of them.
And then there's
he
a
liked
book
both of them.
where there's 4 of them.
Yeah.
20
2010,
20 3001 is shit, by the way. I just want to put that out.
I
there.
can clarify this.
That's the one where they actually go to Europa, isn't it?
No, 2061 is the Halley's Comic one, isn't it? And then 3001 is where they find
They
the body
actually-
of Frank Poole out in Saturn's rings, don't they, or something?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
but it's been
It's
years.
shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah. Anyway.
Meanwhile, in Alien.
I hadn't noticed what a coincidence it is that there's the only 5 cryopods that have power, and when it's a massive space station, it's like
Look,
surely there's
I-
not.
don't get hung up on the 5 cryopods because
I'm not
they're
about
because
five.
there are bigger
It's magic
coincidences.
number.
They're the only ones that
for you
have
to
power
complain about.
in an entire space station.
Well, we don't know that.
And they're
I mean,
not
they're the ones that-
but why?
like,
if
That's
that
one
was
unit.
the case,
Yeah.
Why
it's
is the next unit? Is this not the evacuation or the everybody go to sleepy zone?
It's kind of like
So
if
why
you're,
aren't the
Yes.
Oh,
okay.
that's the point.
if you're
Yeah,
at a
that is-
space station that doesn't go anywhere,
Yes.
why
do you need cryopods?
cryopods?
Yeah, that is a very good point.
Especially being the fact it's kind of like they find them in. Is it a laboratory? It's a command center of some sorts by the looks of it.
no, but they
Why?
land in Remus first, which isn't the laboratory. The laboratory is in Romulus.
The captain's there like, right, lads, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'm going to use cryopod and have a nap for about 12 years. Wake me up if it goes wrong. And he climbs in and freezes himself.
That might be why the station full of cryopods, because why would you need them? It's not going anywhere.
Well,
Once again, this is where I wanted the better dialogue when they're going. The bit they missed out was when I went, oh shit, it's a space station.
Yeah.
And they never addressed it, why that was a problem.
Aren't they kind of like towards the beginning? Isn't it kind of like it's drifted into whatever this ship is? It's drifted into planetary orbit.
They did say that.
It's like it's not always been there. It's drifted in.
Yes.
Yeah.
But they thought it was a ship.
So it's a movie.
And then there's that dialogue line when they're still in the tugboat dump truck thing.
Oh yeah,
shit,
God, that's not a moon. It's a battle station.
They don't go. Oh, do these things have cryopods? And then somebody could go, oh, yes, they do, because blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Done. 2 lines.
Yeah,
Instead, we get Bjorn being a twat for no reason. We've already got that. So there's 5 lines of dialogue he says in the ship and the smoky thing and stuff, which is funny. But at the same time, I could happily leave that aside if they'll give me 2 lines of dialogue explaining why a space station's a problem or why it would have cryopods. Done. 2 lines of dialogue. That's all I need.
Yeah.
And I didn't get it.
What's the difference between a spaceship and a space station then?
Well, they could have answered that.
Yeah, I mean, this is
spaceship travels business as like anchor points.
Well, we know that this must have traveled because they said it arrived into orbit, so it's drifted into orbit. So it clearly does travel.
It's the same difference between a train and a train station.
Is it though?
Or the international, it's right, or between Apollo 11 and the
International Space Station is a spaceship, isn't it? It just happens to be called a space station. I don't know what.
But did they not send the bits up and build that out there?
Yeah, they did. They did, but it travels in space through space, doesn't it? I guess
it can travel in space under its own power.
Yeah.
That's the difference between the station. The difference between the station and the ship is a ship can travel under its own power.
Okay. Yeah, we can understand why the thing would have, but the characters don't explain from their point of view.
No.
Because realistically, the minute they go, oh shit, it's a space station, they won't have cryopods. They should have turned back. So why do they know a space station would have cryopods?
Well,
they got that
2 lines of dialogue. That's all I needed.
But didn't they basically turn it into a salvage mission at that point? Because they'd got the tech scanner, hadn't they? It wasn't like a cryopod scanner; it was a tech scanner. So maybe they were thinking that they could just go get some bits so they could make some money just to buy their way off.
I don't think you can do that.
I have no idea.
No. I think that makes sense because they did notice that there was cryopods on it, didn't they? They basically said, "Yeah, we've scanned it. We know that they're on there."
So there's
So whatever it is, whether it's a station or it's a ship, they know they've devised. Well, whatever it is, there's cryopods on there, so we're still all right. And I guess they kind of hint at that. But like you said, a bit of dialogue would have been fine.
Like I said, all I needed was 2 lines of dialogue.
Yeah.
That's it. I didn't need I don't need a whole Raymond explanation or a whole exposition of, the fucking history of space stations. I just need, oh, yes, they do because of emergency or blah, blah, blah. Yeah. That's it. That's all I need. They're usually built, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
My dad told me, my uncle told me, my auntie told me. To do this.
Yeah, I've worked on these before, kind of thing. Yeah, something like
that. That's it doesn't have to be that massively complicated just there, but that's the problem with a lot of these movies is that they don't do the basics. ground the reality before you accept the fantastical. I'm sick. I'm always saying this, but simple things like, do you just take a dump truck? Do you not have the sign for it? How do you get away with it? Does the space station have cryopods? Why? What's it? You know, can you rock up at Navago just in a dump truck and it be all fine? Never mind the synthetic thing, but you know, can you just do that?
I guess that, I mean, it probably doesn't need too much explanation because that would be like that'll be tomorrow's problem. So I don't know.
But even a line
would appear a bit forced if they just suddenly like start dumping exposition just to say, you know,
that's right. Unlike a TV series, you've got 2 hours, you know, to do a lot, which is why I forgave. It's true what they said that a lot of them supporting characters are like teen movie horror teenagers. But I accept that because there's 2 hours to tell the story, so I don't need to know all the backstory. So long as you allude to it, which they clumsily did.
I guess. I mean, it
better. But
is this a kind of detail that throws you right out of the story? Then, Colin, that's
right,
the
once or twice, yes,
right,
but
when
it's like a pebble roll. Nothing makes sense.
There's certainly bigger ones. There's certainly bigger plot holes.
This is the start of the pebble rolling down the hill.
Yeah,
right.
And then when you get to the tires,
at this point, I was still fully engaged. I'm like,
yeah.
So it was the gravity turns kind of made me start going, right, okay.
It's a bit of a weird thing. But I guess it pays off later, doesn't it? I guess because
the way it pays, you're like, nah, that would be real. It makes it seem the pays off even more dumb because that was an intense experience.
I know what you mean.
If the thing just went and they were giggling and laughing and just fell. They didn't think much of it. I would forgive it, but the fact that it was
not a huge amount of drama in that, I suppose, though.
I'm sorry, gonna have to leave, guys. I did write a message in the chat because
sorry, Andy.
No worries, Andy.
No worries, Andy. Yeah.
Right, take care.
Yeah,
I've got to get to sleep in order. I've got to be up early on Friday. I've got West Hampstead as well.
Sleeping's cheating.
Anyhow, on that note, I found it very enjoyable. Bullet points, tea-towel holders.
Tea-towel holders.
There we go. Yeah, that's it. There you go. Tea-towel holders, everyone.
Tea-towel holders.
That's the takeaway from it. Right?
Yeah,
that's enjoyable. Anyhow, I'll speak to you guys later. You take care.
Colin, take care, Andy.
So they go and get or look for the cryo fuel, don't they?
Yeah, they realize there's only 3 years worth and they need 9.
Yes. That's right.
No, I thought this was quite a neat little thing that they find some extra fuel for the cryopods.
Yeah.
And inadvertently
I did. I liked that.
Because at first, for some reason, it didn't register at first what was going on. Until you start seeing, obviously, we as the audience kind of see into like some area on the ship, don't we? Where on the space station, where there's some things that are in suspension, in suspended animation, but we're not quite sure what they are, but we've got an inkling.
Who'd have thunk that there would be something suspended?
And so they take the fuel out to put in the cryopods because that's what they're after.
At which point, knob number 2 gives himself chilblains.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I thought he had lost his hand.
To be quite honest, I thought it at least was going to lose a couple of fingers.
Well, accidentally smash them against the side of a metal and they break off. Yeah,
as it was, this cryogenic fluid just gave him a bit of frost nip. It was fine.
Yeah,
that's right.
Well, I don't know. That's okay. I don't have an issue. It reminds me of Sunshine, where Chris Evans sticks his hand into the coolant pond where the computer core is in Sunshine, and pulls it out, and it's all his hands all frozen up, but not too badly. Just a bit bit hot aches, as they used to call
Right.
Everybody, thanks for joining.
Yeah, cheers, John. But I thought that was I quite liked that.
I did.
In terms of having, so they weren't already just running rampant around the space station, or so we think.
Purpose.
Although we can come back to that bit again a bit later on, I think. But obviously, we find a whole bunch of face huggers that are currently in suspended animation, and then removing the cryo.
Cool in the bags as well. They
did,
that was really cool.
Yeah.
If you get if you could maybe get a wall ornament of that to go with your alien vessel, it'd be quite good, I think.
Yeah.
And this is again, why not just breed one or two? They do this every time. I know that these things are dangerous. Let's make hundreds of them, because that's
if you wanted to kind of go in and break it, I mean, why do they even need face huggers? That's the other thing, right? Because the face huggers don't nothing to do with the black.
Well, this is actually
No. Didn't they extract the black goo from the parasites?
No, well, this is the big major flaw. How can you possibly get facehuggers from an alien drone? You can't get
an
alien drone.
That's true,
So
but
where
we know
did
that
any of them come from?
It was an alternative.
Aside, brilliant.
I love that bit, and mainly because I think the most frightening aspect of the whole xenomorph thing is the face hugger. I just think that's the most frightening aspect of it.
I mean, the xenomorph itself is just a guy in a gimp suit with a funny helmet.
Right, yeah.
But
the face hugger is the thing that does the damage, right?
Yeah, that's right.
It's like the world's most evil fingerbob.
Where I'm, like I said, leaving the plot, because that was actually on its own a cool premise.
Yeah.
Just the face huggers, just the fact there's loads. Just change it up. Don't make it all about the xenomorph. And don't try and tie everything back to everything, Look at that short that came out Monday. That didn't try to tie into anything. It's just its own little story of encountering a xenomorph. That was fun.
Definitely.
This is what bugs me.
They were a little bit slow, weren't they? They were like running past the feet. I thought, why would a facehugger do that? It'd try and climb up you, wouldn't it? Or dive out of the water. But beyond that, there were some really nice shots of them, weren't there? With like the tube kind of like trying to go. And I like that is quite good and quite scary in a way. Because you can imagine it happening to you, and you're like, "Oh God!"
I mean, it's horrific. That whole process is just I find that the most disturbing thing about the whole alien life cycle thing is the face hugger is the thing that I'm frightened of, rather than.
If you've heard of tarantula wasps,
right, yes, they're grim,
Tarantula hawk moths, they're about like 4 inches long. They're great, and they're blue.
I thought that was a very cool scene.
Yeah. And I mean, in all the other films, basically, we've only had one or two of these face huggers knocking about, right? Because they're more interested in bringing the big guy, into the equation, right? But for me,
alien running down a corridor, or a corridor full of face huggers on the floor, on the walls, on the ceilings,
even them crawling, trying to pry the door. You see the claws.
That was a great little scene,
right?
Yeah.
When they managed, I mean, apart from the fact that it seemed like it was very easy to avoid all of these face huggers they're just batting them away. They were going really fast. They just bat them away with no problem whatsoever.
To be fair, they just come out of like cryostasis. And if you go back to Alien, you remember what Kane looked like when he came out of cryostasis.
He looked like John Hurt, who always looked like dead anyway, even when he was young.
He looked like John Hurt after a really, really, really tight bender.
Yeah.
He's like I was
all right, I'm going to give you that, because so they're a bit sluggish. They're a bit sluggish. That would make that makes perfect sense to me. I like that.
I can get on board with that.
Yeah.
Occasionally that makes sense.
After this, where the wheels fall off this movie.
Okay.
All right.
This is where the wheels
Let's
fall
face
off.
it, they were a bit loose to begin with.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it was still trundling along. But first, like I
Yeah.
said, the first major, the gravity purge was like, uh-oh. After the face huggers get out, and then everyone just goes full dum-dum mode.
Right.
I
I
just
mean,
like,
About
that could just
about
be panic.
about
I suppose.
about the gravity purge and like Knob 2 falling on his backside. Could that have been done for comic relief? Could that have been done to make people laugh before they decided to bring the facehuggers out?
Oh, as part of that kind of
Yeah,
you know,
tension release
disarming
and
the
tension.
audience, yeah. Because there hasn't been anything. The tensest thing we've had so far are like the idiot brothers mouthing off and some kids beating Andy up.
yeah, it's all been quite flat. So there hasn't been a reason.
Yeah.
And I'm just
I mean,
wondering
it's not
if
even
they-
remotely building tension at this point. It's flat. You know, and it's until we get the, oh, right, maybe they shouldn't unplug that stuff. All of a sudden, we look around and go, not, you know, the thing that says lab, secret lab, coded access. Oh, Andy can only get into, oh, that's right. It's by pulling out the fuel as everything goes to ratchet.
Yeah,
That's right.
But then everyone just turns into headless chickens, and
Yeah.
I don't know.
They
I think
do.
maybe it's just an instant change of pace without any.
You
well,
need the tension. You need the drama. Otherwise, it's not
The
going to
thing
be
is-
a horror film, is it?
But we
just
know because we're the audience. We know that this is an alien movie. We're going in. We know what's going to be on that space station, so it's
Yeah.
already kind of building because we know they're heading out that way. So
Yeah.
I guess that's where it derives from. We know what's coming, and you know whoever's making the film knows that we know. And so it doesn't need to really push that too much. All it needs is to get those people onto that space station, so that is where the horror
Things
can
kick off.
start. Yeah. And so I think I don't remember being bored at any point while I was watching the film. I was up until this point. I wasn't bored.
No.
No,
Yeah,
it was
I
just
thought it
the
was-
police question about the needing to drop attention. There was no tension to drop.
I
where,
see what you mean.
That's
Yeah.
what I was
There's
wondering.
no-
you know,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
doesn't need the. Sorry, maybe I should explain that better.
It felt almost as if they were. It wasn't so much to drop the tension. It's like they were trying to disarm the audience.
Oh, okay.
Because
Right.
it's like
okay.
the audience is
Setting you up for
expecting something to happen, and then they give you something to chuckle at, just to like take your mind away from that.
I'd go with that. It was definitely
And, like, it's
the
kinda like
audience is
something-
waiting for something to happen, and so when
Something
that
is going to happen, but it's
that
not
is the
going
thing
to
that
happen
happens. It's
just
the
yet.
gravity purge.
Yeah.
Because it's meant. It happens very suddenly. It's very loud, isn't it? I guess.
Yeah.
When it happens, so that is kind of we're expecting something as we're on this space station. It's an alien movie. Something's got to happen anytime, and then it happens. It's more, I think, that kind of jump scary type thing, perhaps.
Yeah.
I might be misremembering it, but
Possibly.
but so it could have just been, you know, because maybe it's expecting us to be already on the edge of our seats by that point because we know what's happening, what's coming.
It's an alien film.
I think
Yeah.
honestly, part of it was to deliver something new. Because we could have easily gone into the station and it's like, oh, there's burnt holes in floor, you know, things
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
which
we've done all that.
obviously
We've
you
done all
get.
that. Yeah.
But I think it were an effort to like, let's put something in where you're exploring the station, so it's tense.
Yeah,
But-
and is it not?
But the reason
although-
we're all tense is not for that purpose at all.
it isn't.
Alien fans are getting tense, going, please don't be fucking Prometheus and Covenant. Please don't be Prometheus and Covenant. That's what we're thinking. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Please don't. Please just be better
I
than
think,
those two movies.
but the gravity purge, it they put it in here as more as a foreshadowing because we're going to use this later on in the film.
Yeah, in hindsight.
and so that I kind of forgive it. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. But
No.
you can kind of forgive it because if it had just happened in the film later on, in that one scene where it just suddenly happened, and we'd all be going, "What the fuck was that all about?"
Yeah.
But at least we know what that is. It doesn't make sense now in terms of, but there's a certain verisimilitude because we've seen it. We know that that's what it does. So later on in the film, when it does occur, we go, oh yes, of course, that's why. If regardless of whether it actually makes sense or not, it's more just we're going to need this plot device, people, and we're going to show you what happens here so that you get it when it happens later.
Correct.
Yeah, felt that painful.
Pavlov's gone. No, Chekhov's gone.
Obvious. It just rubbed me up the wrong way. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I get it.
I was all right with it. But...
it didn't bother me that much. I think the problem is when we're kind of watching some of these films, maybe we're just we're looking too deeply. They don't want you to look that deeply, do they?
Yeah.
They're not trying to win awards with these films. None of them have been made except maybe Prometheus and Covenant. Prometheus definitely
wanted an attempt.
He wanted it. But Aliens, Romulus, Alien 3 Romulus, they weren't being made to win awards or anything like that. We're not meant to think too deeply. However,
there is an awareness of the fan base. That's where the compendiums, the annuals, the technical manuals, the add-on books, the games.
Yeah, but not everybody. I've watched all of the
Alien but it's films. Significant.
There's a number of them. Yeah. And some of them, I don't know because it's so fractured, the lore a little bit, as we've discussed, because there's no single driving force behind it. Probably people are more willing to accept this kind of stuff than you would in certain other franchises, maybe. So when this kind of thing happens, it's a blockbuster movie. It's not trying to tell a big story. It isn't Prometheus. It's not an allegory for something, is it?
No.
It's a scary movie.
It's purpose to be scary and intense, isn't it?
But I can understand why. You've obviously gone through all of the lore, all that kind of stuff, right? So it means a lot more to you than I'm just a casual alien.
Alien enjoyer.
Alien enjoyer. I'm not a professional alien enjoyer like you. I'm just an amateur.
And it's to your point, like when all the facehuggers come out, because it's one of them things. If there was one facehugger, it would be really deadly. But because there's 20, you can't have them all equally deadly as one because nobody survives. So you have to weaken them down, which is why they're smashing them away. There's probably ways of doing it and making it more realistic, which is route I would have gone if I
didn't mind that. It's not that scene I have the problem with. I really enjoyed that scene. That was like one of the best scenes in the movie, actually.
Yeah.
The other scene with the facehuggers was making me go, "What the frig's going on here?" We'll get to that bit. God, that's the bit that just had me going, "No."
Yeah, but like you said, the film is there to be scary and to create tension, and that's what it's kind of doing.
And of course, Navarro gets nabbed because, well, her face was on the poster anyway. We knew it was her.
Yeah, that was a shock, wasn't it?
Yeah, we didn't see that coming.
Yeah, I mean, she was in all of the trailers, and she was the face, if you like, of the poster.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Cool. So,
we'll say that Andy's performance in this—that's the best thing about this movie. He owned it.
Yeah, he was great. I got it. I think
the movie didn't need to try as hard to make you like Andy because you have a competent actor who can actually act.
Yeah, he was good.
You don't need to worry about that then. Going, you must really like Andy. He's done the job for them, so that's where they went a bit overboard.
Yeah,
I thought Katie Spaney was good. I quite liked her. I was convinced by her. I thought she was all right.
She wasn't what's her face? Covenant.
Catherine
Girl.
Waterston.
Yeah.
No, she
Tell
wasn't.
you what, I went into it not knowing all the backstory, but the last time I heard it were going to be Ripley's daughter. So I'm really happy that it wasn't Ripley's daughter.
No.
Well, they can't because Alien Isolation's canon, right? So.
Well,
yeah.
theoretically.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that's what I.
And I like the nod. We've got a few nods. The isolation, like it's more when Rain and disposable pregnant girl comes on.
Yeah.
Like that's when we get the nods, the alien isolation, and I like that.
Yeah, something to do with the winding the doors up. Apparently, is from isolation.
Using the crank, but even
the jack.
Yeah, I thought it was a nice touch. But yeah, Navarro gets nabbed, doesn't she?
Did anybody spot the Alien Isolation save points as well?
Yes.
Oh no, I didn't.
They were knocking around as well. See some of them in the background.
So I didn't know. This means I'm going to have to watch it again.
Yeah.
Fortunately, as I used one, I've replaced my giant bag of Bombay mix, so I'm ready for it.
You can't get through an Alien film without your Bombay mix.
You can probably just look up on YouTube and see it without having to go through the whole movie.
I mean, you could do. I mean, some people might not mind going through the whole movie again, Colin. Some people might like it.
Thank you. Although, do you know what has made this? I might have mentioned this. Do you know what has made this movie infinitely better?
Go on.
Watching The Crow.
Seriously,
I have actually. You know what? I was going to a whole new appreciation for this movie after watching that kind of dog shit.
Well, there you go.
At least they're trying.
There's one callback that they didn't do that I'm disappointed at. I would have rather them.
I mean, it would be the only one they didn't do, surely.
Probably the only one they didn't do. They don't call it molecular acid.
No.
I'm like, what?
They kind of actually tell you that it's, I don't know, what was it? It was sulfuric acid and
hydrochloric.
Yeah.
No, hydrochloric acid is alkaline, isn't it? It's not acid at all. It was hydrofluoric.
Hydrofluoric acid, yeah.
Was it?
Hydrofluoric.
Yeah.
I'm like, where's molecular acid?
Yeah. What is molecular acid anyway? Is that even
acid that's made up of chemical molecules?
Doesn't mean anything.
So acid.
So basically, acid. Yeah.
Citric acid.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the worst kind. Have you ever got it in your eye? Oh.
Yeah, but they mentioned that, didn't they?
No, they didn't. No.
I mean,
they got all scientific on us.
They did, definitely.
It was too late at night for them to be.
How come they didn't straight away cattle prod Navarro to the face?
They did it with Tyler. She's too pretty. I don't know. No, that was it. I don't know.
Probably because the charge. It's like, you know.
No, this thing's working. You know what I mean? This is not.
I don't know. That was weird. Because...
as soon as Tyler, is this Hollywood's deep-seated misogyny that they blame us for?
Oh,
because it was a girl. She doesn't get a cattle prod to the face, but a bloke does. Is that what it is?
Like I say, maybe face huggers are just really well insulated now.
Yeah.
Did they just not? Did they maybe not have the cattle prod with them? I don't know.
They're all standing looking at her for like 10 minutes.
But then... it's not like the cattle prod in Sherlock Holmes, where you have to attach it to something and wind it up to. Because he has to do something with it later on when he's trying to have a dig.
Mega charge.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
That's
right.
No, that thing worked. But they just stand and look at Navarro. Like as soon as Tyler gets the thing in his face, straight away off.
Yeah.
But poor Navarro,
when they do Navarro, because they're all thinking, you know what, that'll make a bloody good poster. That.
Yeah. Yeah.
Happen.
Honestly, I don't know. They probably should have, but he says, doesn't he? At least Andy says, if you do that, it's going to tighten.
Yeah, but that's after it's already had a chance to. Like they've stood watching her, going, "What do we do?" Like they've just done it with Andy, face hugger off. job done.
That would have
Again-
been. That is the point, like you said, where they started acting dumb. Where it's like,
Yes, this is where they all just go dumb, and it
yeah,
pisses me off because
if you're panicking
What's-
and you've got a
Yeah.
cattle prod in your hand, the natural thing is, oh, I'm going to jab it
Yeah.
and try
yeah,
to
they
get it
wouldn't be
off.
standing going, "Oh, that worked the first time. Well, does it work a second time?" You'd just be
Yeah.
like, and you wouldn't worry about it.
Instinctively, you would have done it. You wouldn't have said.
I mean,
It's worked. You would have.
yeah.
It would have been like.
So far, Navarro has piloted the ship for them.
Yeah.
She's picked up the cryopods. She hasn't acted like a dick.
Yeah.
And she comes off her safe part in the ship to help them. And
Yeah,
what do they
there's a
do?
bit
When
of
it's
a
her
hurt.
turn to get a bit of a help,
Yeah,
screw
they-
you. But we'll just stand and go wibble.
I get it.
But
You know,
if-
it adds to the thing if you're panicking, but like you said, the instinct is to jam.
I didn't
in
see the
and
dice rolls. So if I had to drop the cattle prod, and no, I mean, if I had seen the dice rolls across the street,
Yeah.
But in,
and they shot the cattle.
in the end, though, they do help her instead of
Do you know
like,
what we needed? Actually, do you know what we needed?
on.
Bjorn's about to do it, and then Phil's face appears and goes, "Actually, because you failed your panic roll, you've dropped your cattle."
Oh God!
We needed Phil to just
Yeah.
appear.
By the way, yeah, you dropped something earlier when you failed your panic roll. Turns out it's the cattle.
That would have been golden.
No.
Oh, that's giving me an
Um,
idea.
Oh, some editing gonna happen.
No. Oh no!
Oh, Dana,
but-
I'm going to need to borrow you for a few hours of videos.
But we
video.
do get I mean, but despite all of that, they do get that thing off Navarro's face pretty quick.
Yeah.
When
they
we
do.
consider how long it took for this thing to get Kane in Alien.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and
I
he's
mean, we
in
never,
the-
but we don't really know how long. It's never told us. It tells us how long it is, but we suspect
because
it's
time's
hours.
relative.
Yeah.
Depending on the
Weeks,
plot,
hours.
the length of time
Um,
changes. An hour is not an hour in real space.
I suppose the different. Yeah, I mean, so this thing drops off
Yeah.
Kane by
Right,
itself
Kane-
after a while, doesn't it?
No,
And-
Yeah.
but also don't forget, Kane's already went down to the chamber. Oh yeah, there's an egg. I'm going to look in the egg because that's what you do.
yeah.
Yeah.
If the money's good enough,
But anyway,
no.
that's already happened. Everyone else is at the top. So he's already had this thing on him. They come down. He's already lying. They still take him to sick bay.
Yeah, so they've had to bring him
So
all
they
the way
take him
back.
from the ship to sick bay.
Yeah,
Ash is playing with him, and then it's
Yep.
maybe 24 hours later.
it
the
is.
thing
It's
drops
some
off.
time because that Ash has learned about stuff, hasn't he? By that point as well.
Yeah,
So we know
he's
that.
poking at it and
Yeah, it's
scanning it.
taken a
and-
while, and then it just drops off and dies
Yes,
Yeah.
after it's done what it's got to do.
not this time.
Here, yeah, we have this because it's not long. I mean, what is maybe 30, 40 seconds that it's on her?
Yeah.
Maybe a minute?
Yeah, because we're watching. There's no. They're not running about. They're not doing.
No.
cutscenes or
It's,
anything
it's
else. They're
all one.
It could
scene,
be.
yeah.
It could be like a couple of hours, half a day later, when they actually come up with the idea to get the damn thing off her.
Yeah, they're all standing around being dumb for a
Yeah.
bit.
'Cause
Oh,
they-
what do we do?
Well, I'm not touching it. No, you can't do
Yeah.
that because it'll kill her. You can't. No, you can't like zap it with electricity. It'll kill her, but it's perfectly all right.
Day
Just swing
3 of the Facehugger
I
conference.
know.
Well, what do you think we
You're
should do?
right,
right?
Colin. It is
Yeah.
like a representation of role play.
Fluid.
That's what we would be doing. Like, what are we going to do?
Yeah, this is it. It could have been us. Yeah, here's
This
saying,
isn't meant to be
"Aren't
one
those
of our
people
role playing
dumb? Aren't
sessions. This
these
is meant to
people
be
dumb?"
by
And yet
professionals.
we've done far, far dumber
the
things.
dining room.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
but they managed to use they get the idea to freeze the tail, the
Yeah.
base of the
Yes.
tail,
Yeah.
so it loosens its grip and it's pretty quick.
Yeah. Definitely.
But then
definitely.
this is where the gestation period
just
Yeah.
of said alien. But then this is more like the speed that it took in Covenant, isn't it? Because in Covenant,
Yeah.
you know, Captain
it's almost
Christian
backburster
Mormon guy.
stage of
Yeah.
Yeah, the Mormon, the captain, he gets face hugged, doesn't he? And then
Mm.
it's not long; it's like minutes when this thing pops out of his chest. So I guess that's the idea that we're
Yeah,
at now is that it
If
doesn't
they
take
had
long.
right. So if little spacey ship drone and we saw the sign of the Covenant floating in space,
Yes.
guess what? This movie all of a sudden makes more sense.
Yeah, okay.
Covenants had the Covenants had an asteroid field or something that smashed up, and probes went and found it. And then we've got whatever David was playing with. This film automatically makes more sense. However, this isn't the Covenant aliens. This is the drone aliens. This is alien aliens. This has got a set.
Is this just more down to like modern film audiences?
It's called stupidity.
Well, I'm not. It could just be that we don't watch films that have long drawn out sequences of.
Alien wasn't long. We've covered Alien. It wasn't long. Did you feel like Alien was long?
No, not at all. But there's that period of time when that thing is on Kane's face. That does seem like quite a period of time, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, at least 24 hours.
Now, modern audiences probably can't take that anymore. They want their jump cuts.
You've got to be honest. Most modern audience are watching a YouTube
but don't actually spend 24 hours in the movie. It's
yeah,
over
they should do. They should do.
Yeah. Okay. But we need something to happen. We need something to happen right now, don't we? That's the thing.
It's not because Amazon delivery of a fucking xenomorph.
Yeah. And it's this seems to be like we say, time is malleable in the Alien universe, and this is definitely one of those instances, and it wasn't for the better. I think it's more because you don't get time to kind of process what's actually happening here. It's gone, and it may as well have bitten her. You know what I mean? It's kind of quick. If it takes longer, I don't know. It's more. I think it shreds the nerves a little bit more of your audience. That whole thing with Kane, we're waiting for something to happen when Kane gets faces. Because at that point, we had no idea what this thing did. So that whole time period where we're waiting and we're kind of Ash is looking at it and he's telling us this is what it does. It's stuck something down his throat. It's breathing for him. That kind of stuff. All very interesting. But we're sitting there thinking, oh shit, something terrible is going to happen here. Something terrible. But you don't really get that. I guess we don't need it in Alien Romulus because we know what's going to happen. Yeah. So we don't need that.
It doesn't mean you change the rules of time.
No,
exactly. It's the continuity, isn't it?
But we've had that throughout the entire sequence of films, haven't we?
Which is why we're all pissed off, and that's why we're looking at this. Right. Was anyone like going, oh yeah, it's a new... We were all cautious. None of us were going to this movie going, it's going to be brilliant. We're all fucking nervous going, how are they going to screw it up this time? What the hell?
Yeah. Well, I think most of us were probably just thinking, please don't let it be as bad as Prometheus.
Please say what you're going to do and ditch Prometheus and Covenant.
Yeah.
Please say it's going to be a reboot. Please say it's going to be a soft reboot and shuffling Ridley Scott off to the retirement home. That's what we're all. But we're not going to get that.
No,
for me, the gestation period were a big problem, and that was the point
it didn't. It had less meaning. It just because
it didn't need the xenomorph. Like could have been that could have been never mind the falling in the rings thing.
Yeah,
which got stupid. How about the race against time to get Navarro into the crowd chamber, and because of the lockdowns, everything starts jettisoning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well. I mean, from that point of view, you can't necessarily slow it down as much with her. But as we know later, there's more than one alien, so you don't need that to chest burst.
No,
to do anything. So you could have had it just on.
Yeah, just leave her there with the thing. Yeah.
Or get her in the crowd pod.
Yeah.
I mean, reveal another alien at that point. At the thing, or dragging her onto the ship, like you said, when Andy wants to leave her behind, still works with a facehugger on her face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I guess totally viable.
Yeah, but in fact, that might have made more. You could have made that make more sense because obviously then Bjorn tries to get her off of the station back to the planet, right? So he could have left with her, still with the face hugger on her.
Yeah.
He could have tried to pilot the ship, fuck it all up, and it then crashes into.
Yeah.
That would have worked just as well. And it would have,
It would have.
But it just goes dumb at this point. It goes stupid.
Yeah.
And this is where I'm lost. This is where I'm like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Like proper. I'm like, oh, no.
I will concede at this point. I'm like, oh shit.
This is the bit where I'm just.
Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't out by this point. I
was. It was just the writing was on the wall. What way is going to go? And
I wasn't out. It was more that like this scene is not good.
I just felt a bit cheated. I think. I suppose was probably.
Wobbly panic noise, and of course all that just to crash the ship on the other side of the station, nice and neat. In the dock. It was like it's like when you're playing Alien Isolation and you get another fetch quest. You just want to power on and get through the story. And then you get another fetch quest to go and pick up a fucking thing on the other side of the station to go all the way back. And you're like, oh, come on.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if we've mentioned it before now, but the part of this is the talking with Ash and that. Why
you cheeky bastard
on there at all?
Is that the way he's been about it? Okay, fine, just pick at me. God, I'm like, everyone's must have made balls the last week on this channel.
Wow. It's because there's lots of fans of Alien Romulus and The Crow. Sat here, Colin. That's what it is.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah.
Maxine fans.
Maybe everybody here thought The Crow was a really good film.
I got my balls busted on Sunday over Maxine.
Maxine.
Do you not think I'm going to have to watch The Crow just to see what it's like?
I mean, sure. I mean,
If you feel
masochism. Yeah.
Masochism, definitely.
What it did do, what that movie did is it made me appreciate this one more.
There you go.
Because I know things could get worse in movies. Even that scene, right? Even that scene which pissed me off no end, is still better than the entire fucking plot of that movie.
Bloody hell.
This is a masterpiece.
Yeah.
As contrived and awful that let's have a Xeno pop out. Like, I'll be honest, not having that Xeno pop out at all, and just having the face huggers, the main guide.
I'd have gone with that, because
the Reaching Catacombs would have been brilliant.
Yeah, definitely. That would have been nice.
Although there was a scene a bit later on which I did quite like, and I'm kind of glad that they did bring the big guy out a bit later on, but we haven't got there yet. So
no.
But yeah, we were talking about Rook.
Why did they need to make it that? Because we
were talking about callbacks,
generic science model.
Yeah, but as we mentioned earlier, by putting Ian Holmes in, it just shrinks the universe because it's all him all the time. Why can't it just be another android?
New synthetic.
Because
there's a new model, so there's loads of different models.
Yeah, they didn't need him in.
It could have been anybody.
When Rook meets Andy, he says, "Yeah, you're one of the Andy series or whatever it was. You were, pinnacle of the colonial effort. We owe you so much." So Andy is a much older model than Rook. So Rook is a newer model, and you'd think if this is some kind of like cutting edge science facility, they're going to have the latest model on it.
Do you know what I'm really annoyed about? There's a missed opportunity here.
Yeah,
Lance Henriksen.
No.
Go on.
You have new protocols now. I need you to finish the mission.
No.
Yes.
I would have groaned at that. No, man.
At least that would have been funny.
It would have been funny.
It would have been funny.
If the had been, here's a manual or something, the instructions are here.
And then
the database is corrupted, they have to give you a hard copy.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
But
would have been
like
funny.
the replicants
I
in
think-
Blade Runner.
Yeah,
There's
by that point,
multiple
I think
models.
everybody would have just realized this is just a comedy now, and
Got up and walked out.
and that would have been
Well, I thought it was a
Yeah.
comedy when the fucking started running about and jumping on the ship and stuff.
Yeah,
it.
that's it.
It was. I think it was a bit of a mistake to
Yeah.
include Ash, and from some of the reviews that I've read, most people have criticised that as an unnecessary.
That's right. That's right.
And then they have him doing exposition throughout the rest of the movie.
Yeah.
It wasn't even a nod or a wink. It was let's have him in the entire rest of this.
Yeah, the trouble is, he's also that for the rest of the movie when he's talking to them, he's doing it through like a computer screen, isn't he? Which just makes it look, because the CGI is not great.
Yeah.
Let's put that out, because everybody has said everybody's gone. That is.
I didn't realize I needed to bring a pair of sunglasses to this movie.
Well,
like at first, I'm just like, whoa, like.
But don't you find whenever we see him later on, it looks like a cutscene from a video game from 10 years ago, and every kind of scene that you see him in after that, which is a little bit distracting.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah. So we have Rook. So he tells. We get the exposition, don't we, about what's actually going on the space station here.
Yeah.
So we know that this isn't
that.
Well, he could have done, because once he'd been programmed. But then we didn't want him to know everything, because if he knew everything Rook knew, he would have known quite a lot of the next steps that kind of occur in the film, right? Which we didn't want him to. We don't want him to do that just yet.
No.
So, we kind of have Rook explaining that this is actually an experiment, and this is probably where Colin checks out fully, when it's an allusion to the black goo, isn't it? From both Prometheus and Covenant movie, and that this isn't the bioweapons division that's running this.
No, this is
something else.
This is
trying to make people better, make better colonists.
Better.
Yeah.
So they already have synthetics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that scene too. The frigging canary scene.
Yeah.
We can
now
simultaneously scan the entire biosphere of a planet at a click of a button from 10 planets away.
Yeah.
2.5.
But you're only going to pay the money for that kind of technology if you give a shit about the people that are using it. That's where I'm going with that.
Because the Covenant already had the planet. They'd already spent years charting.
The Covenant did, but that was like $1 billion kind of.
They're not going to scan new planets because that's not their parameter. They're going to one planet.
Yeah. So talking about the guy with the canary, that's what you're going back to. The guy in the mine, because obviously miners used to use canaries to tell if there were dangerous gases and stuff in the mines.
Canaries are cheap as the people.
Sorry, Michael, I don't think so. I think everyone universally agrees Andy, the character of Andy's great. He's the best character in this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The complaint is about Rook. Yeah. Rook is basically Ash from Alien. Don't get it confused. The new android is Andy. He's great.
Yeah.
Rook is Ash from the first one. And he's deep faked. Ian Holmes is deep faked as it, and that's the complaint. They've regurgitated a character from the original Alien movie as a member berry,
and
to serve as an exposition piece, and he's shit.
Mm-hmm.
And what we're saying is the character of Andy could have been a lot more useful.
Yeah,
and they give him because actually they give him an upgrade and then they downgrade him again, and it's really annoying because once he was brought up and upgraded, I loved the switch. I didn't want to see him switch back.
Well, I think that the point with that though was that it wasn't Andy anymore, right? That was the deal, and so. But
obviously, once again, it should have been the question. They were questioning it, and that was an interesting plot point they just threw away. Is he Andy or is he not?
But yeah, I mean that's the thing, because she actually does. Rain actually does say that at one point specifically, but we never get an answer to that question.
And I would have been happy with that. Like I said, be Andy enough, but right, I'm upright. I'm not, doesn't have his stammers and stuff anymore because the AI's fixed his neural pathways.
Yeah,
cool. And I would have liked that bit of wonder of whose side is Andy on, and that could have been a nice little thing to play with.
No, he tells us. He tells us later on in
the
film,
there's a scene where Rain says that, and because Andy, what's your prime directive?
Yeah, he said I have a new directive, and it's whatever's in the best interest of the company. So we know that he's not Andy anymore.
But that was I didn't like that.
But wouldn't it have been a bit more of a cliche if Andy was still in there or was fighting for control? That would have been a bit of a cliche, right?
No, not Andy's fighting for control that we don't know.
Yeah.
Or you would have preferred
that we didn't
know Colin, yeah. Because there's nothing.
Thought he just had a software upgrade, but they didn't know.
But we've already had that kind of with David in Covenant, haven't we? We've already had that kind of bait and switch kind of thing.
No, it was completely different.
What
you think?
What might have been
I'm saying, right,
she
go ahead,
mentions that we've got to get rid of the chip, and what might have been interesting is them trying to like bide their time to then get hold of it, and they could have ended up in like a struggle to get the chip out. That might have been interesting. And there's nothing stopping him lying because Ash, I'm pretty sure, lies in Alien. Yes. So, when they said, oh, what's your directive? It's, of course, it's whatever's in best interest of you. But says it in a way we're like, hang on a minute, is it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how that would have worked. Because, he's the machine. He was not, at no point is he lying. I don't even think Ash lied necessarily. He just didn't tell the truth. Yeah, withheld the truth. Yeah,
withheld the truth.
So I don't know. I think it was making it obvious that he was no longer Andy and was probably didn't have their best interests at heart anymore. It kind of brought the tension up a little bit, I think.
A little bit. It makes him sinister, doesn't it?
It kind of because he wasn't like Rook, was he? So there was still that kind of. In fact, Rain does say it. She specifically says, "Andy, are you still in there?" At one point, doesn't she?
Yes, she does. Yeah,
but we don't really get an answer to the question. Yeah. But
jury's out. It depends. I really don't know at this point
about the TV show.
Yeah, I honestly don't know at this point.
Yeah. I don't know how it's going to work. I don't know if it's going to work. We've got a bunch of these different movies that all seem to have different laws of robotics, physics, everything. I don't know how a TV series is going to be able to, like an extended show, an extended TV series is going to be able to keep all of that together. We've had this, Adam, with every single one of the Alien movies that we've talked about.
We have went for it because that's what you do.
Yeah.
I think the best hope you can have for a TV show is that everything that were wrong was Ridley Scott's fault, and then if he's
weaseled his way in there too.
Yeah.
This is the point.
He's going to have an executive producer credit, I'm sure, by now.
He's weaseled himself. He did it. He launched the whole attack. Once Noah Hawley said he was not going to include any of the technology or themes from Prometheus and Covenant, and once Fede said he was going back to basics, that set Ridley Scott off, and that's why he's freaking in here. And this scene in the lab and stuff,
Oh, maybe. Do you think he's just afraid that somebody's going to make a better Alien movie than him?
That's his problem. Yeah, he's just a fucking arse.
Yeah.
But so what happens after they deal with that thing, the alien? It runs off, doesn't it? And then they're talking in the lab. Is that what it is?
Yeah, because now they don't fall off dead. They scutter away to be used again.
Well, but then again, it's not been around. It's not been hatched as long as the one that was on Kane, has it? This is So maybe they have a limited lifespan of 48 hours or
But then
something.
they don't need to be on as long. It's once again, it's turned the whole rules up on its head.
We're going to have to accept that this is another one of the
Depending on the plot,
inconsistencies of
depends.
the franchise.
So, do the facehuggers lay multiple eggs now and go from face to face?
No.
Yeah, they should.
Actually,
No,
we
they
don't
do,
know.
maybe.
We don't know. We don't know,
Yeah.
do we? So
it's implied that once it's laid its egg, it's done its job and it dies.
and it dies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It's
No, it's
whatever.
got us off. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
So
that's right. It's right. Adam's saying the facehuggers in Romulus were clones of. So yeah. So are we implying that then, or are we to take
Have it
from
tweaked them?
that they are? Yeah, they've been modified. In
See,
some way.
we can clone Ripley and an alien queen from a single skin cell.
Oh, that's a bit further in
Not
the future.
yet. We're not there yet.
That's technology. This technology they're pioneering at the moment.
But this time is malleable in the alien universe.
Yes.
So perhaps it happened.
Maybe we're now
already.
in the future.
Who knows?
It must be, because as I said, I don't accept that.
This is what happens when you
explanation.
travel
There's
faster
no
than
eggs.
light. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Maybe maybe that's the explains.
Is this an
everything.
interdimensional dump truck?
No, it's
Or is the
yeah.
space station and it's transformed 3 dimensions, so
Yeah.
doesn't matter anymore?
yeah.
Yeah.
However,
So
we
where
do
are we
have-
in the film? What happens?
Yeah,
We're at the bit where
they now have to make the way.
how to make their way to Romulus,
they have to
Romulus,
go to
because the
the
ship has crashed
base
into
of
the
the
docking bay.
perfectly.
And look,
Like-
any landing you can walk away from is a good one.
It was.
Yeah.
I was going to say that was some damn good luck. I bet they couldn't do that again if they tried.
Yeah.
Like, look at the maneuvering they had to do just to pick up the pods and dock. But
Yeah.
they could just scream into the.
I mean, to be fair, it's not a smooth landing.
The
They-
biggest problem I had with it is it slows down when it goes into docking bay. Like, why did it slow down?
because the plot needed to. Because speed is relative too in this universe.
Yeah.
So depending on the plot, things either go faster or slower. Because
Yeah.
why not?
Yeah.
Space is
True.
relevant. It's more like space is irrelevant.
Yeah. So
Things like gravity, speed, vectors,
Time,
time, distance.
gender.
Who needs it?
Maybe not gender.
So
So-
they go through the face of the room before.
this is it. This is the bit where they find they have to cross into the other half of the station. We know that the station is divided into two, and they have to cross into the other
Oh, God.
other part of the station, which means they have to go through that area that seems to be infested with facehuggers now, which is a
that's right.
terrifying prospect.
That's right. That's
But
right.
but we find out through Andy's interface with Rook's database or whatever it is, his upgrade, that the facehuggers only respond to sound and heat.
Yep.
Now I gotta say, this scene was probably the one that I kind of thought was a bit too far-fetched, really.
So they've done everything at breakneck speed, flippy spinny, alien, blah blah blah. Now they're going to slow right down, and we're going to wait the temperature, like in real time. Like this bit,
well,
I felt like I was waiting hours.
The whole bit where he says, "Whatever you do, don't panic because that raises your body temperature." Now, if you're in that situation,
don't think of the pink elephant.
You think you'd be able to control your body temperature?
I'd be sweating bollocks.
Exactly right. Exactly.
If they were Tibetan monks, yes.
You think
Also,
okay. And then, but what my favorite bit is as they walk through.
Oh
they
my
get
God, do you know what they should have
it's
done?
the equivalent. The equivalent.
diddly,
Somebody's phone going.
Hello!
Can't talk now. I'm in a room full of face huggers. No, face huggers.
Yeah,
I can't make any sound.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to hang up now, otherwise they might hear me.
Oh, never mind.
So
That would have been perfect.
so this bit was a bit daft, and
It's like, piss off.
yeah, I thought that whole sequence probably it shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we see the face huggers kind of.
This is
moving a
where
little bit.
this is where Fede Alvarez,
around a
like I
bit,
said,
they're
he's
like,
been ball gagged, he's been tied up,
Yeah,
he's under the director's chair, and Ridley Scott's going, it's
In
mine
its
now.
defense, at least it's something we've
movie.
not seen in an Alien movie.
Well,
It's an
no,
attempt to do a new.
so we haven't been told about the detection of heat and sound, have we? We've not had that.
No,
but we
which
get it
makes
now.
sense to not got eyes.
No, yeah, okay, we'll go with that. I mean, some other kind of alien sense might have worked. I don't know,
Yeah.
Jacobson's
but
organ
no,
or
we're
something?
going with
No.
sound and heat for some reason.
They're tremors, they're nicking tremors. Friggin' trope.
My
Yeah,
God,
The
futuristic
graboids. Yeah.
Graboids
no.
in
See,
Oh my God.
space.
Graboids in
yeah,
space.
this scene kind of
Or these are more like
the worst
Alf
thing
blasters.
about
These are
this scene is that it does kind of diminish the face huggers a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
all
because-
that tension and build up, and
Yeah.
oh yes, they're doing something
Yeah.
different, and then we'll get this, and you're just like,
Yeah,
what the hell he is doing?
which is a real shame. Because I like the fact that we're using the face huggers more, because the face huggers, like I said, I've mentioned several times, fucking scary.
Yeah.
And we've had like nice scenes like in Aliens where we've had that face hugger that's trapped in a room with a face hugger, Ripley and Newt or whatever,
Yeah.
and it's terrifying.
Mhm.
Here, not so much, because they've given us rules now as to how these things can be avoided, which kind of takes away something from how scary they are. And it turns out they're actually not very good at detecting heat or sound.
Yeah.
Even though they were able to disable the Sulaco, launch a pod, actually get inside a cryo sleep, and then get out again.
Yeah.
So they're actually not only were they able to do that, but they're able to actually get in, open the door, pop, drop the egg in Ripley's mouth, get out again, close the door, and then crash the ship.
Yeah.
No, I mean, that's
so
now they just go,
That's
I heard
because
something.
they were better face huggers, not these sappy cloned ones.
I mean, maybe that's the deal. But yeah, these are clearly inferior face huggers, and so and they're actually not that much of a problem here, are they? They just go through, despite the fact that Tyler takes a phone call in the middle of it.
We've all been there, folks. We've all been there.
These things just don't seem to get
I'm
particularly
glad Phil
bothered
hasn't watched
by
it.
any of
He'll be
it.
giving him ideas.
Yeah. Well, you kind of thought if your phone went off in the middle of something like that, your body temperature would be going through the roof, because you'd be like, fucking hell, trying to find it.
Or okay, sound. What have I got that makes sound? Oh, click.
Yeah.
I'll be quite honest. My phone would be flying across the room.
Yes.
Velocity, as I chuck it.
I wouldn't be going,
hello.
Yeah. Now there is.
I'm sorry, but this is the moment when Alien Romulus turned into Shaun of the Dead. Hello.
However,
there's a few zombies.
They are detected, aren't they? And they're still Andy, the bit from the trailer, run, and so they run. And Tyler does throw something, and the facehuggers do run towards it, which buys them a little bit of time. So
a nice hot flare.
Yeah. So that kind of is kind of cool. And they managed to get across that room into Romulus, and well,
Well,
yes.
yeah.
It's
Poor,
done.
poor Fede. Fede is like he's bound and gagged, and and Ridley Scott has now. I am in charge.
Yes.
You will not forget about Prometheus on my watch. You thought you would escape me, mere mortals? No, for I am Romulus.
Yeah. But you know what? I'm kind of thinking we now are on. We kind of see the sister now, Tyler's sister, who we know is expecting.
That's right. Yeah.
She's put through the ringer, good and proper.
Definitely.
Right at this point, poor girl.
Don't have premarital sex, kids. It's the rules of every horror movie.
Yeah.
Jesus, this is what happens to you.
The aliens can smell you. Yep. They can smell the sin.
So we do have she kind of wakes up, doesn't she, after the ship has crashed? Bjorn is still alive. Yay. He's still okay, but she's witnessed the old chest burster, which is always a pleasant experience.
Yeah.
And
it's also with a chest burster, the chest slightly nudges to one side in this.
Chest oozer.
Yeah, so
it's not kind of like blam.
We did get that cool little scene with the little X-ray wand.
Yeah, that was cool. My friend had a theory about it, which is interesting, and he said because it only was on her face for obviously like a couple of minutes or whatever, that it's not developed as much, so it's not as strong to kind of which is kind of like an interesting take on it, where it's weak because it's not got the strength to do it.
But then again, it's gestated really, really quickly as well, hasn't it? And it kind of is the same size as the thing that kind of pops out of Kane in the original film. It's not any smaller. It looks like one of those. One of those xenomorphs.
Yeah.
It
does.
And it escapes, doesn't it? It disappears off into which is, you know, what happens in Alien, of course. And then so that's really where we're going with this. At this point, we're kind of retreading some familiar ground by that point with regard to the adult xenomorph. Although it grows. I mean, I know the original one grew really, really quickly as well, but this seems to once again.
Once again, we had a bit of a we had a bit of an idea of a time took place.
Yeah.
Well,
she does the thing that happens in I can't remember Harry Dean Stanton's character's name. Why can't I remember that? In Alien, where we find the shedded skin, don't we?
That's right. Yeah.
So there's like little kind of callbacks to the first film at that point.
Yeah.
But we didn't get in Alien. What we see here is the kind of pupating stage that seems to be happening with the adult. It shed its skin.
Chrysalis.
Yeah, but it's in like a chrysalis thing, which is something we haven't seen before, and I don't know quite how that fits into the life cycle. I don't know if this has been mentioned in any of the lore anywhere else.
Not been mentioned in movies. That's something that happens off screen. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It disappears and then obviously it comes back fully formed, but it's a quick turnaround.
But it did make me wonder, why does it shed its skin if it does that pupating thing?
Yeah,
it,
true.
Doesn't really. It's like an extra cycle that's been stuck in there, but it doesn't really make
I wonder if it's supposed to act as some kind of cue to the viewer to let you know that it's happened.
And then it's like, big now, guys.
Oh, it's shed its skin. Oh my god, there's a xenomorph on the ship somewhere.
Yeah. I think Adam's right about the speed matching the Prometheus, the thing, because it does seem to be more to do with the Black Goo stuff. We did see Covenant, the face hugger, chest burst to kind of transfer. Is incredibly sped up.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really kind of. I think we're meant to forget about the first film to a degree. Hold
on, why are they inviting you back to? This is what I don't get. if you're meant to treat every movie its own, then don't make it an Alien franchise. Don't make it a franchise.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Don't
that's
make
right,
another
yeah.
Alien movie. If you're wanting to do something completely different, just make different movies. So you can't expect the audience to go, here's a franchise, here's what you know, but we're going to change it every time just to
That's
mess with
right.
you. That's
well,
not
I
right.
don't know. Can you not? Because the only thing that people are interested in the Alien franchise, believe it or not, is the alien, right? It's the whole design, the concept of that creature.
I don't know.
We have a
No,
vague idea of its life cycle. The fact that how it reproduces is horrible.
We've talked about this,
So-
through Alien
Yeah.
3 and Resurrection, that we
Yeah,
were
yeah.
happy enough to go to the furthest reaches of space. Okay, what the hell else is out there?
Mm.
Blah, blah, this universe. But
Yeah.
the studios couldn't leave Ellen Ripley alone.
Yeah.
That's where they screwed up.
Yeah.
That's right.
We've had this conversation about they just couldn't leave her alone and get past her. So they tied themselves up in knots. We thought Prometheus, we were all on board up until Fifield opened his mouth, but it turned into a Ridley Scott self-flating pile of shit. Just him up his own arse, spelling his own farts.
Yeah.
And that's what turned people off. And then he went to decide to rewrite the thing of the space jockey and makes, once again, another mystery that we were happy to go, oh, there's stuff out there. It's dark and creepy places.
Yeah,
They kept going around in circles because they're creatively bankrupt. And they have been for years. And it's because the same people can't let go.
That's
James
right.
Cameron, Ridley Scott should not be making movies now. They should be mentoring the next generation. They're not. They can't let go. Their egos won't allow it.
No.
The Sylvester Stallones and Arnold Schwarzenegger, all them guys should be retired by now, gracefully, but they can't let go, and that's the problem. And then you've got your second and third generation of numpties who haven't earned their way in because of the sons and daughters of whatever, and they've been placed. That's why everything's going to rat shit now. It's a whole slew of problems because of nepotism and cronyism.
And I think this is definitely a thing that comes into wider geekdom, I guess, as well, where you need some continuity, because you see it with Rings of Power and things like that, where the laws of the world that have been established have to be followed. So, if they say it takes 3 days to gestate, it should take 3 days to gestate. You can look past it, but it drags you out of the story.
I don't see.
Once again, you don't create a franchise. You don't simultaneously, we're going to sell you these add-ons. We're going to sell you this to get you invested in it, but then we're going to disregard all that. This is not just Alien. They've done it with every friggin' franchise.
Well, Doctor Who and everything. Yeah,
they have to change things up with Alien, because the Alien franchise is a one-trick pony. It only has one thing: the alien. You have to change it up, because otherwise you're just telling the same. We've already said it. They're telling the same story over and over and over again. Loads of people go somewhere, alien appears, only a couple of them escape. That's every single Alien film, including AVP.
It is.
All the same film. They're all the same story, just slightly changed. How long can they keep it going before they finally run out of ideas for the same story?
I mean, we've seen all this on lots of different horror franchises, Halloween, Friday the 13th, or whatever. So we've got this one character. We people go to an Alien film to see the alien. They don't. That's it, right? Okay, that's the deal.
Yeah.
So, as I said earlier on, nobody's making these films to win awards. They're just there to give a bit of a thrill, and we're kind of, because they've got this lore, and fans do this a lot with lots of different franchises, don't they? It happens with Star Trek, Star Wars, or whatever. We try to make more out of it than actually is there.
Yeah,
but they provide materials to do so.
But we don't need to.
There are Alien novels, there's Alien books, there's an Alien role-playing game. That's
the idea, the concept of Alien was never. Let's turn
make
this
a
into
franchise.
Let's make a lore out of it. It was just designed to tell a particular type of story. It did it well. It still does it well to a degree.
Hadn't been a hit, there would be no Aliens.
No, that's right.
Yeah.
The difference was that Aliens was a very, very different type of film to Alien, it was an action movie, not a horror movie.
But it still works as a sequel.
It still worked, and it did.
It did not
But
break.
once you've done that, it's still telling basically the same story as Alien, isn't it? Effectively, it's just that it's got
the Squad of Marines went in
exactly.
Instead of,
and what happened? We watched it. We enjoyed it. It was great. It was thrilling. We didn't have to think about the lore, and I think that
the lore didn't come to. It was after Aliens.
It doesn't. But even after that, Alien 3 comes in. It doesn't really. The lore doesn't. It takes a back seat. It's not. People aren't looking at it for that. I don't think. All you want is a film that's got Alien in it, doing alien things, and that's kind of. That's
didn't work with Resurrection.
It didn't work. But Resurrection was Resurrection was a shit show.
Resurrection was an experiment that should never
going
have been
on
done.
in the background, though, wasn't it? Again, that was studio interference. Same with Alien 3. Studio
Resurrection, though, still a better film than
all kinds
Covenant.
of stuff going on.
Well, here's the thing: as Adam has just put there about this movie being a success, guess what we're getting next?
Go on.
We're getting the third part of Ridley Scott's trilogy.
Oh, lovely.
Seriously?
Oh no, they're not making whatever comes
this is where
after
this is
Covenant
going.
Well, there you go then.
Because this is going to justify him putting his ideas in. This is why I'm pissed off. Because if this had just been standard, back to basics, scary monster in the shadows, cool. But no, Ridley Scott had to put fucking Prometheus and Covenant fucking lore to make sure we don't forget about it. We can't shuffle it off to the side now. We're now going to get the third part of his trilogy. That's going to be
if that hadn't occurred,
hope for now. Sorry, after you.
Sorry, carry on, Flea. Sorry.
No, I was going to say all we've got to hope for now is that the fans have learnt their lesson and they don't go and see it when it comes out.
Well, yeah,
because let's say, we're not just talking about fans not being that clever. Have you just not made that point? But
this is true, but
that's right. I
mean, your problem with Romulus mainly stems from the connections to Prometheus and Covenant.
That's it. He couldn't leave it alone.
I've seen a lot of reviews they've kind of saying the same thing.
He fucking threw his teddy bears out. He launched I covered the news articles. He launched hit pieces to bully himself on the set so he could make sure it got included.
I mean, the weird thing is,
this would have been so refreshing if that was just all forgotten about. Oops. The weird thing is, was there another oops?
I kind of did. When I was watching this film, I kind of did forget about that.
Yeah, but no.
I did really.
With the scene in the lab, no, you're not right.
I rolled my eyes at it and then just went on with the movie.
Yeah.
I think Willow's a good movie. Your opinions are invalid. Sorry.
Some people just cannot cope with superior opinions.
Yeah, I mean, this is I know I don't want to drag on too long, but I was able to forget. I was able to get pretty much.
Agree.
I was the whole forgetting about it too, and still had hope.
Obviously, it came in once again when we got the Z01, whatever it was called, the formula that they derived from
Z01, compound Z01.
Yeah, we can be American and say Z01.
No,
the F01. Wait, wasn't that Starfleet?
So we know that we've got this stuff, and of course it gets used.
Yep.
Now here's the thing: there should have been a connection, and it would have been bloody brilliant. I would have been pure nerd fest if they had said that was the Dracona strain as an inoculation. How good would that have been?
Hollywood don't take notice in Modiphius or Free League, though, do they?
So, Free League.
Sadly.
How good would that have been? They've given cause the alien isolation. How good would that have been? The Dracona strain, an attempt at an inoculation against.
Yeah, I mean, even though it's probably a big seller for Free League in terms of.
Think about it. The plan was, like any vaccination, to give people the dead cell inoculation of it, that it's not dormant, it's not active. That's what you know. I mean, that's what a vaccination is. It's a dormant or dead version of a virus.
Yeah.
So there's the attempt to create the Draconis strain.
Yeah,
But that would have been so good.
It would have been. It would have been kind of groovy if they'd have included.
That would have been so good.
Hey, me back in the 60s.
So they get the compound, don't they? And they're told.
They find it, and they're told what it is. But we have that cool scene there when this is the bit that I thought was quite groovy. Groovy? Where am I? I'm in the 60s again.
Peace, man.
We're out time travel back to the 60s.
It's the bit where Tyler's sister is trapped behind the other side of the door, and we have Andy who can open this door, but he doesn't do it. So there's that whole bit where they're all shouting as you open the door, and that line where he says, "Well, I just think that's what it wants us to do," because it's sat there waiting or watching.
Yeah,
that was great. I like that idea that this thing. They know that this thing is actually. In Aliens, these things
the average alien
particularly smart to me.
No, it was like an ant nest. Somebody mentioned like an ant nest. It was like a swarm. They even said it in the film.
Yeah, that was another thing that I disliked about Aliens was the whole hive mind thing, which just was such a sci-fi cliche even by that point.
No, it could have been just mentioned hormones. No way ants actually communicate via hormones.
Yeah. So here we have this thing that is sitting, watching.
Yeah.
It's not attacking her. It's just watching, waiting for them to open the door so it can get all of them. And I thought, that's cool because it makes it smart. It makes it seem clever and like it's thinking and doing stuff.
Yeah. And the bit a couple of minutes before when it slams down on top of the vents on top of it, that were very kind of scary as well. I like, shit.
And then when it realizes they're not going to open the door, it whisks her off, doesn't it? And we think, she's dead.
You're coming with me.
Yeah,
that's it. It punishes them for not opening the door by killing her in front of them. Also, they think.
Yeah. So, but then we kind of find out later on that they've done a newt with her, haven't they?
They bundled her up.
Yeah.
Just kind of newt because they even replicate the scene.
Yes, they do. Yeah, where she looks in the lift. Yeah, and she's
You've got to be honest. If you look at all the lines and all the scenes and all the bits they've taken from the first Alien, the film is more Alien than it is Romulus.
I mean, they've taken bits from all of the films, though, haven't they? You see that
that lift is from Isolation. That's from the game.
Okay, right.
Go up and down there from Isolation.
The little vernacular type thing, whatever they call it. I don't know what they call it. So
then they get in. Is it after that they get into that room?
Yeah, but don't forget we've got the discount Hux Ripley scene.
Oh,
I know. I'm going to give you pulse rifles, but you're not allowed to shoot them.
I know. Can you tell me where 400 bullets fits in that rifle?
They're really small.
They're 2 rounds.
What? It's 400 rounds. Do you know into a normal size magazine?
It should have been a Tommy gun. How good would that have been if it had been a Tommy gun?
It's a sliver gun. It literally fires shards of glass.
Yeah, but
also, it's not just a smart gun. It's not just a pulse rifle. It's a smart gun as well.
Yep. Yeah, all rolled into one package.
Could it be like a prototype, like a precursor to both of those things, right?
I want a couple of those in Tuesday's game, so I can have like one under each arm.
Well,
you can attach them to your legs. Those things, there's nothing saying you can attach them to your legs and arms and go around.
The thing about it, I'm sorry, Fede Alvarez, and I'm sorry, Ridley Scott, but it was a stupid decision because why do you need to do that? Just have a pulse rifle. You don't need auto aiming on it. Just have a pulse rifle.
Actually, you probably did. I mean, I guess this is the idea that you've got to buy into Rain being shown, just like being Ripley, being shown how to fire a pulse rifle, and then think she's a fucking dead shot with it. No practice. This just goes here, clips in here, point it in that direction, pull the trigger.
Yeah, but you see, that's because Ripley was cool.
Yeah. That's it.
Ripley was. I mean, it's like, come on.
One to be dead shocks. It were narrow corridor. She could have
sorry, but Rain was Dungaree girl from The Craft too. She's not cool.
I'm gonna have to disagree.
I'm sorry.
Ripley was
never going to see Dungaree girl from The Craft too. And yeah, why is she allowed to act ever again? She should not have been allowed to meet. Like that should have been an instant ban from all movies ever.
Yeah, well, she gets a free pass because I thought she was really good in Civil War. So
no, but she shouldn't have been allowed to act ever again after The Craft 2. I'm sorry.
She was really good in Civil War, so it's a good job she was.
I mean, the
heavy flow.
Never seen it.
Heavy flow, girl. Don't forget. Actually, forget about a heavy flow. This
heavy flow girl. Heavy flow.
Becomes heavy flow girl again
as well
with the pulse strike. Because we do get some heavy flow in space.
We do.
It's like,
so we get Ripley.
That scene coming up.
I mean, yeah. So she's kind of. What I mean, she does say to Tyler, "How do you know about all this stuff?" When he shows her how they work this gun. I can't remember if he gave her an answer or not. I can't.
Yeah, he did. Watching computer games and reading magazines.
Yeah, that was.
I've got to be honest. I've played some Aliens games on my PC, and it's all because of that. I know how to fire a pulse rifle.
Yeah.
Just point it in front of yourself and follow the person on the screen. It's great.
And press the left mouse button. But so he shows her.
He does.
We'll brush over that. How to use this particular gun, and it's a good job. It's a good job he did because she needs it later.
There's not a lot of knowing, though, isn't it? You just fold that bit, put this under your arm, press that button, and pull the trigger. The
guns don't come with
and then anybody can be a soldier now, right?
Yeah.
And we don't do spare magazines in movies. That's one of my bugbears. We'll carry 20 rifles and we'll shoot them and drop them and shoot them and drop them. The whole idea of changing a mag is just
in your average engagement, do you need to change an average small scale engagement? Do you need to change a magazine when your gun's got 400 rounds in it?
That's she did this.
That's
because
12,
the plot decided
12 mags.
Yeah, and they still ran out.
Yeah, anyway,
once the plot decided, once the plot order runs out.
I think we're getting to kind of if we're expecting realism in an alien movie, then you know,
look, in the Alien franchise, they can't even measure the distance between 2 points because it changes throughout the fucking movie. We can't even measure the speed of time because it changes.
In
they were Schrodinger's bullets. We don't know if there was 400 in there or not.
Anyway,
yes. Anyway, we get like the precursor to the smart gun in this film, which is, you know, despite what whether it's immersion, but I don't know. You know, they're a different color.
They are.
That's okay. We're sorted then. All good.
Auto-aiming pulse rifles are a step.
I suppose some of the aliens are facehuggers. That works. Well, the facehuggers anyway.
Yeah.
So where did they go after that lab?
They went looking through the corridor, but they find out there's a hive.
Yeah.
Yes, and because that's the other thing. This has sprung up really quickly, hasn't it? This now, is the implication that there'd been a that's it, because Rook kind of makes out that tells us there's been a breakout. That's why the whole station's abandoned, right? So Romulus was basically infested already.
Yeah.
That's
right.
But they need to get back to their the Corbellan, don't they? Their ship to get out of there now. They think that Tyler's sister is dead.
Yeah.
I love the way they're absolutely creeping and bricking it until they hear a whimper, and then it's like, out the window, just clatter about, you know.
Yeah.
Obviously, the plot decides we don't need to be quiet anymore. That's
There's that weird little bit here as well. You know, when we in Alien, when we first see the egg chamber, don't we?
Yeah.
And it's got that kind of laser beam
thing
covering.
they made it's almost like a scanner out of Aliens as well. You know.
Yeah, because it made a noise in the original film when you put your hand in. It was kind of
Did.
noise, wasn't
Right.
it? As if it was.
They made a
that's
thing of
how
that in the
they
trailer.
detected you in some way.
Yes.
Using that, right?
No payoff.
No
payoff.
Totally pointless.
Absolutely served no purpose whatsoever. Fucking
does seem
disco
that way.
lights.
I thought
was
it
it there,
to make Andy wig out again?
or was it there to let us know there's a whole bunch of eggs in there, mate? Is it that? Was it that?
No, I think it was another member berry.
Would have been, but yeah.
Remember this? Remember this?
It's member berry. Yeah.
Jangle, jangle. Here's some
Yeah.
keys. Jangle, jangle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So
It
If
was
it's
just a
drawn
member berry.
eggs, then yeah. But
It
well,
had been
it
an
makes
egg
you
chamber,
wonder
not
if
a.
maybe there was other stuff that's been cut out. Perhaps there is
Maybe.
more to
Maybe.
it.
My God, maybe in a couple of years' time they'll release like
Release the Ridley cut.
No, it'd be Fede
Actually,
Alvarez's cut, won't it?
There'll be two
No, it'll be
directors.
the Ridley cut.
One
That'll
for
be
Alvarez and one for Ridley.
Not the director's cut.
because I'm
Yeah, because
guaranteeing.
The only good
Covenant
thing
slash
Ridley ever
Prometheus Part
did was
3 is
that
next.
gun.
Yeah. Yeah. So they start going through there, don't they? And he basically said, "Them guns I've gave you, you can't even use them."
He said,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
just
yeah.
have to
Well,
wait till
what
they go
What if
woogie
he's
woogie.
giving them to us?
Yes.
Would a couple of baseball bats not have been better then?
Well, I mean, they
Or-
can make you bleed as well, right? So,
Or more cattle prods?
yeah, the cattle prods.
I like them better than the pulse rifle, to be honest. They were cool.
I don't know if they'd have any effect on the big fella who's, he can step into a spacecraft jet engine or whatever and
Yeah, that's right.
it'd be okay.
Right.
But we have a little bit of a sequence, and Andy gets hurt, doesn't he? They try to get away back to the Cobellan with Tyler gets killed. Here.
Yeah. Gets dragged up, doesn't he?
He does. He gets mashed up, and Andy gets damaged and left behind, leaving Rain and Tyler's sister, who they've pulled out of the horrible mesh, and she's actually quite badly injured, isn't she, as well? So
she has been screwed up. Like, what did she do
I
now?
mean,
She's messed up.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
The thing is that if you look where her wound is, how is she still pregnant?
Yeah, I know.
I'm like,
Well,
don't worry.
Yeah. So
also, did you talk about Nobed number 2 dying when he got acid?
No, we didn't talk about that.
By the object that I've christened the space
We'll
vagina.
try the gloss over because that was just painfully slow. It was like
Space lady naughty bits ripped all over him.
breaks your sternum.
I'm like, ooh.
I mean, I thought that was a nasty way to go for poor Bjorn. I know he was a bit of a dick.
Yes, Steve, for your man.
We've left Andy behind.
Yep.
We've reached the lift that will take them back to the spaceship, the docking bay where the Cobellan is waiting. But then we have this weird little weird little thing, kind of where it's almost as if they're trying to make out that Rain has got some kind of telepathic communication with Andy, the android.
Yeah. All she had to do was go on the ground and go, he's in pain. I sense him.
Yeah. Which I don't know. Maybe it was just supposed to be her suddenly having a flash of conscience.
I think it's a thing of conscience, because when they started going up in the lift, I was like, nah, there's no way she's going. I mean, it's like an hour and a half ago she was calling him brother. There's no way she's going to leave him there. She's going to strap like a flamethrower onto the side of that pulse rifle. And she's going to go down there and break him out again.
And that's pretty much what she does.
Yeah, we'll get her discount Ripley moment. The rest
of the flamethrower, I was disappointed. I knocked 2 points off the movie for that.
Yeah.
However, I quite like the idea of the IT skills of just switching him off and back on again, fixes him.
And then they're winding
Nothing changes in the 22nd
No, but
century.
we've had this. This is like the second time we've had this where, because she has to reboot him after he gets beaten up on the planet right at the start. Right? So we know that this is a thing that has to happen, and she does. But she also manages to remove Rook from.
I like the conversation between the two of them where he puts his hand on her neck and she says, "Look," she says, "I'll fix you if you let me get rid of that."
Yeah.
And he's like, it's not in the company's best interest. And it's like, is you being like this in the company's best interest?
Yeah.
Well, that was now. There is an argument to that, isn't there? This is an android that we're talking about, and she says, "Leaving you here isn't in the company's best interest." Well, the argument would be, well, yes, it is, isn't it? Well, he's just like an artificial person. He's no real value to the company. They've already failed by this point.
He got bopped. He just got knocked. Like, Andy takes a knock, and that's it. He's out of commission, even though he became Super Andy. This is where they did him. Like, the upgrade should have been permanent and just let him carry on. This back and forward was a bit, and not the actor's fault. It's the script's fault.
Yeah.
That he takes aside his knock, and that's him. It just became a bit like I said, I'm just seeing all this contrived stuff. And
I think maybe you would have been all right with it if it was earned. It didn't feel earned. That it kind of won him back. It just happened.
Yeah.
It was just a case of taking the little.
They changed this fuse and voila, it worked.
Yeah, that's
even
right.
Terminator 3 did it better.
Yeah.
What is your mission? You're about to fail your mission. Even that.
Yeah. I don't know. I think the reasoning was logical. His job was to guard the vials and get them back. And if he wasn't there, anything could happen to him, I guess. So, it's more about the vials.
This is where the whole plot's just getting contrived and going around in circles just to eat up runtime.
Yeah, it's
back and forward, floppy,
feel like that because I was kind of like, well, that's it, that's the end of the movie at one point, and then I went, it kept going, so I'm like, oh, it must have a bit longer to run. I clicked on the screen of my tablet that I was watching it on, and so it's still got like 40 minutes to go.
By this point in the movie, I didn't think they were padding. I didn't think they were like contriving things. I think they were just like, let's see what other scene from Aliens we can put in. Let's see what other scene from Prometheus we can put in. It felt like that at this point.
So we've got the discount Ripley coming to rescue Newt. She doesn't have it. It didn't give her a flamethrower. Like,
no.
I know, right? I mean,
I'm pretty sure she had the same trainers on those, Ripley.
She did.
That
was a thing because you can actually buy them as well.
Yeah, if you remember buried that.
Yeah.
So okay. So she goes, gets Andy, blah, all that happens.
Yeah.
Then we get the elevator scene.
Get to the thing that can't get up the elevator. Is that right?
Yeah. All looks lost, doesn't it?
We mentioned the fact
until they get to use the pulse rifle.
Have we mentioned yet that during this time, token pregnant woman's pain gets so bad that she decides to do something about it?
We haven't mentioned
this is sort of, once again, it's all this. I'm getting a headache at this point because this is the point where I'm checked out of the movie because you just know they're.
Yeah, I mean,
they've run out of story and now they're floundering.
I have a question about what she does, but it comes later.
I mean, I saw that coming a mile off though.
Yeah,
that whole thing about she was going to give birth to something that was not quite human, right? That was.
Well,
that's a Fede Alvarez thing. Honestly, he has a pregnant woman fetish that's in his movies. He loves messing with pregnant women.
Did you notice? You know when Rook was showing them the video of kind of like the dead emaciated rat coming back to life?
Yes.
And that after that scene had finished, and they picked up the syringes of black goo, and they were walking out. It showed you the glass tank with this thing glowing out.
They did. Yeah.
They should have played a bit of Covenant music there.
It was like,
a bit of Walter Good's finger music at that point, because that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Do you know what that felt like? You know the Matrix, the second one? where he meets
Oh.
the architect.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, that's Rook talking and all the screens going. That's where they nicked that from.
All right.
But you think about it, it's Rook's talking and all the screens going,
Oh,
you are not the chosen one, Rain.
Yeah.
It'll always be Ripley.
That's it. So, yeah, she takes the vials because she's wounded, and it's like a super healing potion in her mind, isn't it?
I thought it might be like a bargaining chip, because obviously they've got to go back and they're going to get into trouble.
Yeah.
So
that's it.
And no, it was Rook. Rook had said, if you get those things onto that ship, I will pilot you back. That was the deal, wasn't it? Yeah,
that's right.
So
the fact that she takes it does seem quite random. Like,
it wasn't part of the conversation. She was unconscious.
She don't even know about it, does she?
No, she didn't seem to. But so she just randomly injects herself with something
because the plot needs to happen.
Yeah, because we need the next bit, which
that's right.
Can we skip past the acid blood in the zero G?
Yeah, God,
that's
what I mean.
Ridiculous.
Let's turn the gravity off. Oh wait, did we not just have a near traumatic experience with the gravity purge? That would kind of stick in your memory. Like I said, if at the beginning, if that had just been a gentle,
definitely,
and they almost forgot about it as they come in, we saw a little bleeping thing. Gravity purge, and they just sort of glided in, and it wasn't such a dramatic. I would get over the acid, but that's what made this so stupid, because we knew it was going to happen.
It was stupid, but again, they're trying something new. It's something that we've not really seen before. I can give it some credit for that.
That was shit because it was poorly executed. You knew when you know the things are coming a mile away.
Yeah. You could see it was
painful,
telegraphed big time, but it were a combat scene with pulse rifle firing, and then the tension didn't work for me at all in the acid. Because, like you said, you could see it coming a mile off.
Yeah,
but the bit
I didn't really generate too much. I mean, it's a scene of her shooting lots of aliens, a la Aliens. Which was it was. I didn't feel. I wasn't worried for her at any point during that.
No.
And then when you kind of realize what she was intending to do, so we've got zero gravity, we've got the acid kind of hanging there, which for some strange reason just seems to hang in clouds.
Yeah,
that's the way the CGI, algorithm works. That's the way.
Obviously, aliens, they have acid for blood, but they have no blood pressure whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea is that, of course, we all know what is going to happen when the gravity purge occurs. And which kind of puts a time limit on everything, perhaps. So we know that she's.
But the fact that she didn't. Haven't witnessed it.
I mean,
she didn't have any other option, though, did she? Because she couldn't get up the lift, and she couldn't walk back through because there were 20, 30 aliens there. So she had no option but to do that.
The whole scene was contrived. It was just.
It was.
This should have just been a straight up chase scene. Getting to point A to point B.
Yeah.
But maybe it made it. I mean, that would have just been the end of Aliens, wouldn't it? If we had done that. So maybe this at least was, like Lee said, doing something a bit different.
Yeah.
Yes, it was a little bit contrived. And it didn't really generate any tension.
No.
At this point, the movie's already too bloated.
No, I'm going to say up until this point, I've not minded it. I was enjoying it.
Like I said, the bit from the lab onwards, I'm just like, oh my God, I'm already. It's like you're waiting for the kick in the bits, and it's happened, and I'm like, here we go.
Yeah, so I didn't see it that way. You can see obviously.
That's why you're
It's
happier
like
than
any
me.
movies. You
Yeah.
you have certain things have got to happen to
Yeah.
if you've got certain
That's
scenes that you want to show in a film, you've got to set them
That's
up,
right.
right? These set pieces.
Yep.
And so yeah, and sometimes you can do it quite nicely and neatly, and sometimes
Like the start of the movie, they've done it all quite nicely.
Yeah, and so
No, this is just like
it gets a bit clumsy in that regard, but
still not as bad as the final act, because that's
yeah, okay. So we managed to get through the acid. Obviously, once the gravity purge occurs, the acid starts eating away through the ship.
Yeah,
Gives us a time limit. She has to get onto the Corbellon with Andy that she's rescued, and
the lift
they've got
they decide to go.
the food gets grabbed. Dun, dun, dun.
Yes. So they are climbing up. They jump up the lift shaft because there's zero gravity.
Initially,
they jump up the lift. And she gets hooked. Well, she drops the gun, the pulse rifle, and she seems to be
shoots the hand grabs her. She shoots it, which let's go acid out, but let's say him get through because plot needs to happen.
But she seems quite keen to hang on to that pulse rifle. It's very, very desperate to hang on to that pulse rifle, even though we know there's hardly any bullets left in it by that point.
Because we need time for later. We know it's coming. We know it's coming.
And then
we know why she's keeping the pulse rifle. She needs to just set it over here for the next bit.
Gravity purge happens, and she falls down the lift shaft.
Yeah.
To be caught, and that was a weird bit.
I think it was quite nice of the alien to save her life.
It wasn't what I expected. I expected like a chase sequence where she keeps going down, and then anti-grav starts and it's closer to him, and then goes down, and then it's closer to him. That would have been awesome.
Yeah, maybe.
But
we have it's almost like they were trying to introduce a memorable character alien, isn't it?
Yeah.
It'll be coming back in the next film. Its name will be Blue.
Yeah, it's got the scars from where she shot it.
Yeah.
And so this one has more meaning. It doesn't because it's only just happened. If this alien had been shot earlier, right at the start, and was making,
and kept seeing it reappearing again, and actually, like I Am Legend, you know that one zombie that keeps popping up.
Yeah. There's another film that I was thinking of, but I can't. I can't think which one.
Or Scar out of Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Again, in the continuity, what alien catches you unless it's got a gain for itself? It's like, why?
If it had just been catch straight against wall, facehugger comes across. And Menace to Spare, but it was so slow and contrived, and
she hurt it, so it's going to kill her itself
because it's a setup.
Every scene in every film is a setup.
Get away from her, you.
Oh yeah. Now
this is the moment I just fucking died. I just gave up the night.
Yeah.
I'm just like,
I know, right? Assuming that alien's gender, I was shocked. That's really
shocking. You know, he didn't ask its pronouns. Cunt.
That's terrible. That is. I mean, also the fact it was a black alien because he said it. Racist.
Definitely.
Yeah, we got that whole scene of Andy.
Mark just had a meltdown. He's like, "Oh no!"
Andy kills the alien that's grabbed Rain.
Yeah, but considering, but it's like
and uses the line.
I wonder if David Johnson read that and went, "No. Can I get out of this contract? No."
Well, I mean,
sorry, you signed the dotted line. You're in.
Now, somebody in chat earlier had said if he'd have gone, get away from her, we'd have all added the extra bit on. It didn't need to be said. By the fact that he said it,
Yeah.
It just, it didn't need that. He could have just went, get away from her. In fact, there's a big pause.
Audience
This is Ridley Scott poking his nose in, going, "Didn't like my movies, did you not? Well, I'm going to make you remember yours. You're going to hate your own movies now, you bastard. You incels, you bigot fans. I'm gonna make you suffer."
I've got a great idea. The audience
going back to basics. Are you, Fede? I don't think so.
Audience participation version of Alien Romulus, where he does actually say, like, "Get away from her," and the entire audience just goes, "You bitch!"
Yeah. I mean, I felt cinema almost implode.
That's why you need to bring hand grenades in the cinema.
It would.
Honestly, the minute to start doing that,
it was just so out of character for him as well.
It was.
If he'd have been like Andy Plus, maybe, but because he was older,
if there had been a dad joke,
totally out of character.
They are or something. You know, we had a dad joke written.
Yeah.
Till he just fallen down a hole and died.
It wasn't Andy. He just it was an emotional outburst that we've not seen from Andy at all. It doesn't really make any sense for him to do.
A dad joke would have worked better. That was Andy's character.
It's been thrown in for the fans, hasn't it?
It would have worked better if they were fighting at the top and the gravity purge happened and the alien just fell down and just went splash on the ground. He went, you didn't see that well.
Oh,
yeah.
See, that would have worked good. That would have been so good.
Maybe.
Yes. But anyway, we get the line. It's one of many in this film.
I think that was the most egregious, though.
It was quite very.
I did.
I don't know. It's a toss up between that and "There You Have My Sympathies."
Yeah.
They're both
that one worked quite well.
Rick was painful.
I
Just
enjoyed that one.
experience and Rick was painful.
Yeah. It was painful.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we do get onto the Corbellin, and
yes,
finally.
It was at about this time I ran out of Bombay mix.
Was it?
Which is why I have a terrible question.
Oh, a terrible question.
Terrible question. No, it comes later. Keep going.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
So they're on the ship. What is that?
The getaway, because what we forgot to mention is we have a time limit from the acid going through the floor, but we've already got a really narrow time limit of the space station crashing into the rings of
planet
Uranus or something, and
because I had to speed that up because it didn't even need to be sped up. They could have just kept it. In fact, the acid falling through could have been a trigger to get the hell off us.
Yeah.
But this fucking movie doesn't know what it's doing. It's just honestly, it's got a competent story, and let's throw us in, let's throw us in, let's throw us in, let's throw that in. Fucking.
I mean, it'd be interesting to find out which bits were Fede and which bits were Ridley. I don't know.
Definitely Fede. The next bit's definitely Fede.
Yes, and I quite liked the climax for this film. I didn't mind it too much. I mean, there's obviously we think it's all over because that every horror film since Halloween or whatever we've had this now, the false ending, haven't we? It's all over. Everything's great. Just go climb into the cryopod now. Everything will be groovy. Only it won't. And we have this bit. It's very reminiscent of Alien Resurrection, isn't it?
And Aliens, isn't it? Yeah.
Where it turns out Tyler's sister has injected herself with the Draconis strain.
Yeah.
Yep. Not the
yeah.
And of course she's expecting, isn't she? So naturally, birthing has sped up considerably.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
We have back bursters, chest bursters, body bursters. What are we supposed to call this one?
The flap burster.
It's like, oh my god! It's like,
I mean,
oh god!
to be honest, she kind of just gives birth to it, right?
Yeah. Slides
Like,
out there.
It doesn't burst out of anything.
I love the way it just slides out and it's all acidic and it doesn't burn her.
I like the way it slides
well,
out. It's obviously way bigger than the average baby.
Yeah, because it's acidic, but the acid is inside the little pod thing, right?
Yeah.
It seems to be later on. It seems to have pulled inside. So anyway, we know that
the acid will appear when the plot needs it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. We know that the creature that has emerged from it.
Yep.
Is obviously invulnerable to acid. But this thing comes out and we get the whole get rid of it from Tyler's sister. And she tries to get rid of it, but as she sees like a human face on this creature that's inside it. And so she changes. Does she change her mind? I guess it gives a pause, doesn't it?
Yes,
it gives a pause. The acid from the pod eats through the floor and it falls into the cargo bay.
That's right. But it cries as well. It's got a human baby cry, hasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
And the acid eats through the floor of the cargo pod. Only that bit though doesn't keep going.
Whatever that sound is seems to be quite cool.
It's
got a few buckets of it.
Thank God the cargo was also proof to acid, apart from that one bit.
Anyway, it eats through the floor and drops down into the cargo hold, and she goes to retrieve. No, she goes back to Tyler's sister. I think
this is where she starts screeching and hollering and
she gets the cryo gun thing that she
to freeze it, and she freeze it, and it doubles back and goes up.
And grows very, very quickly.
Yes,
I mean it's massive, isn't it?
And
I quite liked this creature design when we finally see that. It was way, way better than the Alien Resurrection one, which was, let's face it, poor, really poor. This was a lot more interesting. I
felt like it was same as Alien Resurrection until you saw it its full light.
When it was
full light, like
it had the long, spindly limbs, but the engineer's face, didn't it?
I honestly think this was Fede Alvarez getting revenge on Ridley Scott for all his shit.
Maybe.
I think he's like, you want your engineers back? I'm going to give you your engineers back. Bet you've been in my ear hole this whole movie. Guess what? There you go. How do you like them apples?
She's your engineer.
It's like an amalgamation between Baby Ripley, Baby out of Alien Resurrection, and the tentacle thing out of Prometheus.
Yeah.
It's like he's combined those two things and went, stick an engineer's face on it. There you go.
Thinking Slender Man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Put him in a suit and tie. Slender Man. There you go.
That's it.
But I thought it was quite an effective little creature, and I didn't mind the fact it had the engineer's face because it kind of made sense.
Yeah.
And you should have loved AVP Requiem because it did that stuff there.
There's no AVP, but the fact that it kind of made sense because this was obviously developed from Black Goo, but which although you don't like the idea, Colin, it's in the film, mate. There's nothing we can do about it. It's there.
Canon. Ridley says so, you won't not say it.
That's it.
If we had encouraged Ridley Scott to have a hotel room incident, none of this would be happening. Just the proper order of things in Hollywood. Yeah, if he wants to remove that. That's what I'm saying. That's the whole problem. Once to stop having hotel room incidents, Everything's got the ratchet.
So the thing starts chewing on its own mother, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. I
Giving
wasn't
her a
sure if we were
very
going to
good-
get at that point as well. I don't know about the rest of you, but
No.
I didn't know if we were going to get a mama thing.
No.
I was waiting for it.
As it kind of comes up. No. Yeah.
Do you know what we
And
needed then? Was Brad Dourif to appear on one of the monitors instead of
it's
Rook?
beautiful.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so it turns out
A vortex in time and space opens up, and Brad Dourif appears.
That this creature that as part of its growing up likes to eat its mum.
That's right. Poor woman.
Yeah, which she did. Yeah, she's had a
She
terrible
did
roll up.
She got the raw end of the deal in this whole movie.
She certainly did.
She did.
But
She got
once
to have a
again-
nap though, so that's something.
Yeah.
And then we have a bit of an action sequence
Yes.
But
where
just a bit of an action sequence.
I didn't mind this. I thought it was okay.
It's the way she's counting the.
Well, before
they're
that,
levers.
there were another gratuitous scene,
Is that-
wasn't
Oh
there?
yes.
Let's put a spacesuit on.
Do you know what that reminds me of? Do you know the Slave Leia cosplayers? Who just,
Okay.
it doesn't matter how many of them are, they're never going to be Carrie Fisher.
Right.
It's
Okay.
it's never going to be the same. It doesn't matter. Stop
Yeah.
trying. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but Heavy Flow Girl in her undies makes me feel nothing. And kind of reenact that scene.
Undies, were they?
Yeah, I mean,
They were more like boxer shorts.
I
Well,
don't
you-
care.
are
It's still
are you
not-
meant to feel anything like that?
I don't think we were.
Well, it worked. It
look,
didn't.
look,
It didn't. But why
look back
replicate
at-
the scene
Listen,
where?
look,
Let's be honest. When you still watch that in Aliens, and go whoa.
I mean, back in the original Aliens, back in the 80s, a lady on screen in her underwears was something where you go, hello, and you take notice. Nowadays, that's like kids' television.
Yeah.
So
But
it's just
y-
kind
yeah.
of like,
That's right, Colin. Why put it in at all?
Yeah.
Why put it in? Just,
Do you know what? See if it's the. Oh,
sexism.
right.
That's why they put it in. Sexism.
Don't worry. There's no male gays here.
Misogynist.
It's like,
All
yeah.
of them.
Well, I mean, the idea was that she was meant to be going into the cryopod, wasn't she?
was.
When all of this kicked off. So that's why she's.
Oh,
that's
let's
why she's
see.
not wearing a huge.
Where
Where
amount
do we
of
see this before?
The fact that she
No,
puts
no,
the
we
suit
haven't
on
seen it
isn't
before.
a problem.
If we're going to
Same
go
for
down
How
that,
she puts the
if
suit
we're
on.
going to go down that road, then we've seen
We're-
this. Every
back in the
single
narcissist again.
alien movie is the
Yes.
same.
The
Everything.
fact that she
We've already
puts it
been
on
there.
isn't
That's
an
why
issue.
we're pissed off.
Yeah. This doesn't matter because we've had a regurgitation of the same film ever since the first one. So I
Yeah.
don't know why you're getting so wound up about this.
Because of fucking
She's
agreed
going
to
to need
watch
the
it.
suit on to go out in space, isn't she? It's how she puts it on.
Yeah.
Colin should be grateful. It's because of this film
Here's-
that he survived.
Here's the
throw.
problem. See the normie audience, they haven't reviewed all the other movies leading up to this one like we have. Don't
They
forget, we've
haven't
been
had
on
to
the
watch
journey.
the throw.
We have been on the journey because we knew this movie was coming out.
Yeah.
So we have like properly just over the period of
Yeah.
3 months dove into these movies as well as playing the role-playing game. Like we are like we can't see anything else right now. So yeah, that's probably why it's like that's exactly that scene from that minute from that because we've lived through this for the last few months.
Yes, yeah. I mean, we've
And-
done a lot of Alien, shall we say, and
Yeah.
in the biblical sense. So,
Very true.
so
So she gets the suit on,
Yeah.
and then she
And-
busts the cryo thing, doesn't she? That's why she put the suit on.
Yes, you
Mhm.
put the
oh
suit
yeah,
on.
that's right. Yeah, she needed
Gets
to
the
get
clip
into the
on her.
suit because
You put the suit on because, gosh, isn't it cold?
it was yeah, she was yeah, she was struggling with that. It was getting very cold and the temperature dropped. And so she needed to get into the spacesuit. So
Yeah.
yeah, I didn't have an issue with the scene personally. I
It's
could
funny.
see a lot of people saying, yeah, okay, yeah, this is just a regurgitation of Alien.
At least she was smart enough to put a suit on.
Yeah.
It didn't bother me. If she'd have turned round and just put
it didn't bother. I just found it funny. It's like,
you think she'd put the suit on and just, giving the audience a bit of a wink, breaking the fourth wall.
Just put it on like a normal person, fine. But
it's the whole stepping in and doing exactly the same body movement.
Exactly. That were like, fuck off.
It's like, you're no Sigourney Weaver, love. Sorry, give it up.
At that point,
I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering if you guys have just watched that scene in Alien, rewound it and watched it again, and rewound it and watched it again.
Yes.
No.
Like,
it's just iconic enough to recognize it when you see it.
I mean,
there
are many callbacks in this film.
Yeah, indeed.
Yes,
I mean, that was not as egregious.
I'm not afraid to admit that.
It wasn't.
It's
but
not
it
as
was
egregious
the
as
straw
the
that
get
broke
away
the
from me, you
camel's back
bitch.
by that point.
But we're starting to kind of I understand the frustration.
But the job that she's got now is to release the locks, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
4 locks.
I was going to say, how many were there, and did you count along with her children?
All right, yeah.
It was like a scene from Sesame Street. It's like one,
flippy spinny stuff. 2 flippy spinny stuff. 3 flippy spinny stuff. No,
I didn't mind that.
I thought it was quite an effective scene. I thought it was pretty good.
I'm just saying.
The only thing I'd criticize is that it got a bit difficult to see what was going on.
Yeah.
Visually, I thought it was it became a bit difficult. I don't know if it's my old eyes having that kind of problem, but it
very confusing.
Yeah, it kind of got a bit confusing. So I wasn't entirely
She was
sure
up and down.
where she was at any point.
Chord she was on.
Yeah.
Because the hole in the ship, isn't there? It burns through and then sucks everything out.
Yes, so we get that bit like Alien Resurrection again at the end there, where we have the decompression scene. But I thought it was quite effective. I thought it was better. It was a million times better than Alien Resurrection.
Well, that's not exactly a high bar, is it?
It's not a high bar. But that's the scene that I would compare it to. Is that very, very same scene.
The only reason Ridley Scott got away with Prometheus was because we'd all seen Alien Resurrection. And the only reason he got a by balls was he promised it wouldn't be that. And then he kicked us in the bits.
Yeah. I mean, we've had a lot of people say
we have been abused as Alien fans. It's just not right.
Sure, keep going back, so you must enjoy it.
I think more people would say at the time of Prometheus, he got it because of Alien, because we didn't know any.
Well, it was basically right. I've got it back, people.
Exactly.
I've got it back. I'm gonna make Alien.
Exactly. And at that point, everybody was like, yeah, that's right.
Because we'd been through Alien 3 and Alien Resurrection. I was like, oh please, can we just have an Alien movie, please?
Yeah.
No, not for you, peasants. No alien movie for you.
I disagree. I don't
care.
We've finished this movie. Of course, we managed to jettison the.
We do. Which it falls like it's got gravity.
Because it's not blown away. The clamps just release.
Yes.
It falls like a bomb, like it's got gravity, but they're in space. Okay.
Gravity is relative as well. If the plot needs it, we can have gravity. But if the plot doesn't need it, then no gravity for you.
I think you'll probably find that the purge was happening, and gravity was.
So why were they surprised then? If they've got the gravity purge of the tugboat, why are they surprised when it's on the space station?
Yeah, but that it happens on the universe as well.
Did they accidentally bring the gravity purge with them?
Oh my god! Is that what happens in the morning when I'm trying to get out of bed?
It's actually...
Oh, who knew it?
It's built into the cryopods.
Tomorrow morning when I wake up, I'll be like, "Damn you, Gravity Purge! Damn you!"
The whole thing is destroyed. The space station crashes into the rings.
Can I just
It's
say
completely
that
destroyed.
I think
It's kind of it's sanded away effectively, isn't it?
Yeah.
the pod,
It
the
is.
space station going into the rings and the pod hitting the rings.
Yeah.
And the ship
worst
goes
special
back up,
effects in the game.
doesn't
Yeah,
it?
they managed to escape
in the film.
Yeah, and
They all live
decide that
happily
they're
ever
heading off to
Xanadu.
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 Timbuktu. I don't know. Anyway, they get to fly away.
They do.
And that's it. We've reached the end of the film, and
there's one final callback, isn't there? Where she's
the sign off.
Oh
We'll have to do the sign off.
Why sign off? Who are you working for?
Hey, now you no, I'm not having this because
What?
we have this in every single role playing game. When we finish it, there is a sign off that one of us has to read. We all know this.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm not. We're not going
concede. I'll concede that point then.
There is. Yeah. We just haven't finished one yet, please.
Yeah. We'll make it to read it next week.
Yeah, somebody gets to read it, and
maybe
so there is a
couple might read it.
So that's just part of the franchise. The signing off is a franchise thing, and it's fine. It's fine.
All right,
so
I'll concede that one.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm getting the impression that Colin hated this film.
After a point, yes, I was like,
okay,
piss off. I got to that point in the lab. Once I got to the lab, I was annoyed.
Right.
And then it just became so contrived, and they weren't even trying anymore.
Right.
Like they were making an effort to start this movie. It's good setup. I liked it, just a little adventure on its own. Okay, and then we could have found out all these. If they had found another ship, or they've been to LV-462, they've been, they're scouring the universe for these eggs. Fair enough, and then we're finding out there's these little research stations. Fine. This whole tying it into everything. George Lucas in it, there's only 5 planets. Everyone's connected. Everything's freaking 3 characters.
Yeah,
I'm sick of it. I'm bored.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
What are you doing? Are you writing a new story, or are you staying with the franchise? Pick one. Don't do both.
I'm going to argue.
Of course you are. That's why
you're writing a new.
Everyone's been arguing with me for the last 2 weeks. I'm
writing. Writing a new story. We're not seeing a new story here.
No.
We haven't seen a new story since the first film. That's what these films are. That's just what these films do, and they do it for the most part quite well.
What would be your summary then, Matt? What would be your overall views on?
I saw it. I went in. I didn't have any expectations. I thought all the acting was great. I thought all the actors did a fine job. I liked all of them. I thought the characters were okay. They were generic. The characters. As
I said, I was ambivalent until I watched The Crow. And then they just got right up there.
Yeah, see, all of the characters, they were all archetypes, weren't they?
They were,
But you get that in all of these films. You get those archetypes in all of these films, whether it's Ron Perlman, the guy playing Bjorn,
Fifield.
Right, we're not watching concept movie, are we?
We're basically watching the same film with slightly different twists, maybe in a different location or whatever it is.
Yeah,
but that's all we're getting, and that's what we should be expecting. And this one, I just think it looked better than a lot of the more recent one. Well, Alien Resurrection, Alien 3. This looked better than those. I like the fact that they used practical effects where they could. There was not a massive overuse of CGI, which we got in some of the other movies.
Yep.
I
Definitely.
liked Andy. I thought he was quite an interesting character. I thought
Yeah.
even though it was quite obvious that our buttons were being pushed at various points as to how we were feeling towards him. The guy that played him was great, especially as he was having to deal with two personalities of the same character with two personalities. Thought he did a great job. It was really good. I liked Budget Ripley. I thought she did a reasonable job.
Yeah.
It wasn't Ripley. She was a kid.
Yeah.
And so she was a little bit more vulnerable than the Sigourney Weaver type character. I thought she did all right. I think she did a pretty good job.
Yeah.
It was probably I think every review I've seen is kind of saying there's aliens, and then you have the middling movies, Alien 3.
Yeah.
This fits in there somewhere. I'd say maybe slightly better than Alien 3.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I haven't seen like the director's cut of Alien 3, so I can't comment from that. But from the theatrical, I'd say this was probably it was a better made film than Alien 3. It was a million times better than Alien Resurrection. Prometheus and Covenant. I'm not even going to class them as alien films. I don't think.
Yeah, I agree.
But so I'm being very dull and saying, yeah, this is probably the third best of the Alien sequence, if you like.
Yeah, I agree.
That's my opinion. Yeah.
What about you? What's your overall view of it?
Me? Or Blake? Go ahead, Blake.
Me? Not gonna lie, I enjoyed it. I sat down, I watched it. It passed the time. Some parts of it made me cringe. Several of the throwbacks to the previous films made me laugh.
Yeah,
especially
but not in a good way.
Especially the get away from her, you bitch, was a chuckle, just because it was totally unexpected from the character of Andy.
Yeah.
Special effects were good. There was some times when they didn't quite gel. Some of the special effects scenes were absolutely amazing. Some were pretty run of the mill. It's like when the station hit the ring, it was just kind of like across the top of it.
Yeah, and we could mention Rook as well. Rook wasn't a great
it's like
special.
When he first appeared, it's like, oh my god, it's Ash. And then as he went on through the, like we say, as he went on through the film, he just kind of like aged in a really strange kind of way.
Yeah.
There was one moment where I'm pretty sure he turned into John Majors. the Bionic Man. It's
Lee Majors.
Lee Majors.
Not John Major.
John Major.
John Major was that. He was the Bionic Prime Minister, was he not?
Yeah, that's right.
It's like I think sticking it between Aliens and Alien 3 is probably the best thing to do, because you'll never get you'll never get a better Alien horror than the original Alien.
Yeah.
And I honestly think that Aliens is my favorite Alien movie.
Yeah, I agree. With a lot of what you said. I think for me, it's a movie like two separate movies. I love the freshness of the setup, and like you said, with Budget Ripley, the way that her character was introduced felt like a very different character than what she ended up like. She were only really compared to Ripley because they shoehorned the scenes of Ripley into it, to make her act that way.
Do you think that every female character that we're going to get in an Alien movie now is automatically going to be compared to Ripley, though?
Potentially, but I think based on the start of this movie, I don't think she would have been if the scenes weren't made with her like that. Because Ripley never had to deal with like a kid brother or anything like that.
No,
they just forced it into like, that's Newt and this is Ripley, know. I think it could have been very, very different if they'd have done that. So there's a lot of plot holes in it but I'm happy to overlook that, even though we spent 4 hours ripping it apart. I do think like they're not the worst crimes in this. The worst crimes are definitely the member berries, which are just they just weren't needed. You didn't need it to make a good film. So I would agree. I had a fun time. It was a good movie. I would probably own it. You know, and like you said, definitely the third best, but that's not hard to do, sadly.
I don't know about owning it. It's kind of like I've seen it once. I might watch it again, but I don't need to watch it again for a long time. It's like I could get Aliens off my shelf. I could get Aliens off my shelf now, running to slap the DVD in the player, watch Aliens, have a really good time.
Well, I think, and that's the thing, isn't it? And I think I said this to Colin before we went on that this was an entertaining film, but nobody's going to be talking about this film in 40 years' time.
No,
we're not going to be talking about it. In a month's time. This is done.
Yeah.
But then again, if you think about it, when Alien came out, Alien broke a lot of molds. It's going to have to be something really, really special for it to become the new Alien.
Yeah,
that's right. Like you said, they have to change the formula up. They have to stop doing what
Alien.
Yeah. So maybe the series then. Maybe the series will.
But Ridley Scott's got himself involved, so it's fucked.
You can't leave it alone. I think it's going to be exactly the same plot. It's just going to be like 26 episodes long.
Well, that's the thing, right? You can't. There can't be a series using this same story. Can't be.
There's plenty of ideas in the comics. They could do Earthwar, which basically turns it into a zombie apocalypse. But
is that the one with the red aliens, the green aliens, and the blue aliens?
No,
that already sounds bad. No, I don't ever want to see that.
No, that's it's just I remember there's
that's a way of changing it up, isn't it?
Three tribes of aliens fighting each other. One's green, one's red, and one the other.
They did that with Predator as well. It's freaking horrible.
Oh,
actually,
I do think the girl who played Budget Ripley. Unfortunately, I don't do actors' names. I'm terrible with that.
Yes, he's skinny.
Right, yeah, I think she deserved better in this film.
They started her off good, and then they did her dirty. Like that's my issue with this movie. I was on board.
Yeah,
I was looking forward. I was seeing a whole fresh approach and actually go back to the basics. And what I was hoping is they were going to quietly shuffle. They'll make a big song and dance about it. Quietly shuffle Prometheus and Covenant to the side. Right, we'll just forget about those. They're the crazy uncles in the corner sort of movies.
Yeah,
but no, they couldn't do it. And this movie fell under its own weight of.
I don't follow the new movie news very, very much at all. It wasn't until you actually
kind of my channels thing.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, but it wasn't until you told me, and I heard the other day that Ridley Scott was actually a part of this film. I realized that I knew that Ridley Scott was still a part of this film. I thought it was like a totally new direction to Alien.
That was the plan, but like I said,
which may have toughened my armor a bit to the point where I actually sat down and watched this and quite enjoyed it.
Yeah.
If you weren't expecting that, if you hadn't been forewarned.
If I hadn't been forewarned, I don't think I'd have enjoyed it as much as I did. This is what I call it's an ice cream movie. It's like it's a good movie if you've got a tub of ice cream.
Yeah.
Or a bag of Bombay mix in my case.
I was happy for a popcorn. I was happy for just a bog standard, like you said, formulaic movie.
Yeah.
The problem is after the lab scene, the weight of member berries and callbacks, and do you remember? Do you remember this? Do you remember this? That's what broke it for me.
Definitely.
That's where that took over.
Yeah. I agree with what Lee says. That it's two movies that have been spliced into one, and the lab scene is where the two movies.
The shift happens.
Yeah,
and it's not good, and it's annoying. If I hadn't have known what Ridley Scott had done, I'd have been really pissed off at this more.
All right.
But like what Flea said, because I knew what he was up to, I was waiting for it. If that almost makes sense.
They've almost done a Force Awakens to it, haven't they? where it's an hair's breadth away from being shot by shot recreation of the things.
But the people liked that. That was the weird. People seemed to like The Force Awakens. They thought,
then
oh, it's a return to Star Wars. It's what came after, which was a departure. That's the problem, right? That was a departure.
We're going to have, almost guarantee it, I can nearly put money on it, because the idea has already been floated there. This is what he's angling for. He wanted to do that third movie.
Well,
probably. I mean, and this is what he wants. And this is what
he's not a young fella now, is he?
It doesn't matter. Egos.
He might not
forever.
make it.
Well, we could hope.
It could. Like I said,
happiness is only one hotel incident away.
He could make the third movie. It could be a really, really good movie. Then again, I could wake up in the morning and discover I've grown a third testicle.
Yeah. The hope of Ridley Scott.
I mean, well, this is interesting. Is he capable of making a good movie anymore?
No, he's done.
Did you enjoy 2?
Gladiator rap battle? Did you watch it?
No.
The what? Sorry,
Gladiator rap
battle.
No.
Well then.
Gladiator 2 definitely doesn't look all right.
Yeah,
I've been seeing a lot of good stuff about Gladiator 2 as well. There's quite a lot.
What do you mean by the mainstream media who are showing?
Maybe I mean that, Colin.
I don't know. It doesn't look brilliant to me, but certainly Napoleon were a miss. And there's been a couple of others, hasn't there? Where like you expected it being amazing, and it's like actually.
I mean, this one has got
Covenant.
This has got Denzel Washington in though. Gladiator 2 has got Denzel Washington in.
So
Denzel Washington is probably one of the coolest people on earth.
Yeah,
you're watching The Blade again.
I'll not be bothered.
You could definitely aim the argument, like we've said, that Alien is the same movie over and over again. He's making Gladiator 2 exactly like Gladiator 1. Like Denzel Washington is Oliver Reed.
Unfortunately, it has reached the time in his life now where Ridley Scott has unfortunately developed dementia. So he can't remember the film he's made before. So he's like, I've got a really good idea for a film. And he makes the same film all over again.
And a script laying around his house. Oh, what's this?
It's just step back. Go finish. Pass the torch.
Yeah.
But that's it. That's that whole culture. They can't not do it. It's just ego. It's the killer of everything.
What do you do with your life, isn't it? If you spend your whole life making films, to say don't bother making films anymore.
You can mentor for the money anymore, right?
No, mentor the next crowd. Do indie projects. Get film. You know what I mean? If once again, it's their egos that get in the way. If they truly love film, look at Sir Peter Jackson.
Yeah.
He set up his whole thing in New Zealand, and you know, what I mean, he's giving grants out and getting indie films made, and you know,
yeah, I agree.
If you've got the right attitude, you can do something positive.
Peter Jackson, though,
he doesn't.
I do kind of want to punch him for what he did to the Hobbit.
That was
you can't level the blame on him, really, for that one.
Check out our reviews. We've done because we've covered all Peter Jackson stuff.
Yeah.
Also, Kong Skull Island.
So check out our review, and you'll see where there's stuff happened there.
Yeah.
So it's worth having a look at on the channel. Like we did Lord of the Rings, really. We've done right from bad taste up until then. There's a whole thing with it, but he's doing something positive. There's, you know, what I mean, there's ways to be still active in the industry and not be a twat.
Yeah.
Ridley Scott doesn't know how to do that because he's a horrible creature.
So if you had to kind of like wind it up and sum it up, then how many facehuggers would you give this movie?
Apparently, when the lab door opened, all
out of 7 out of 5, I would give it 2, because after the lab scene, the weight of the stupidity just destroys what was built up. Great setup. I was looking forward to it. I was on board. I was enjoying the characters. Then it just absolutely fell off a cliff.
2 facehuggers out of 5. Okay.
Yeah.
So
What about you, Lee? How many would you give?
I think I would give it 3. When me gutted reaction when I came out were more like 3.5. But when I slept on it, I know it doesn't deserve that. It's more like a 3.
Yeah,
have you all
very harsh? It'd probably be 2.5.
Yep.
But
How many times have you watched it?
I think 3's about right.
Just
I
the
watched it once, just
Right.
once.
Maybe watch it a second time.
Do we have to really?
No, but honestly, it was on the second. Actually, yeah, it was on the second watch that I wasn't as angry as the first time, but I saw where the problem was.
See, that's just it's like I've seen the film. I've watched the film. I quite enjoyed the film. I don't feel as if I need to watch it again. I don't feel as if I want to watch it again.
Yeah,
that's the acid test of any film.
I've watched it. That's it. It's like, oh boy, when the DVD comes out, will I go and buy it? Maybe when it's on sale.
Yeah.
Who remembers when Virgin used to do videos and DVDs 3 for the price of 1?
Yeah.
I miss those days.
There you go. That was rather in depth, as always.
Just a bit.
Wouldn't be us otherwise. But we got there. We got through them all, and we got to here. So next week we are back, and we're gonna all die gloriously. It'll be fun.
Yes.
We'll go cramming as many member berries as we possibly can.
Oh wait, gloriously. Maybe not.
Phil's head's going to be put away.
Oh my god.
Good, torture him. But there you go, guys. Thanks very much. Oh, it was great to have you, and thanks everyone in the chat. Oh, it was great to have folks at boards. It's as long as it is. Sorry.
Yeah.
We had to. You knew this was coming. This has been a long build up. But there you go.
Have a good one.
Until next time, keep updated the channel, do the type of things, and remember to keep it creepy, keep it horrific.